pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
So far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So back to pushing, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, 'cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So back to pushing, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. That's when you can see all my flaws, and I could tell you don't mind at all. Oh no, you said come a little closer, come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you, how to love you. How to love you.
my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. 'Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring, oh, you bring, oh, you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to you bring me to Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. What I do, what I do, what I do right now for you, for you. If you
Hello, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Playday number 8 for Six Masters tonight. It's the battle between David and Goliath, and then shortly after that will be what will hopefully be a war of attrition. Joining me tonight, the lovely Dev, James Stewart. Welcome, buddy.
Yeah, good to be here, mate. And it's your second Playday. I think we smashed it yesterday. It was good fun. Had some close games, had some washouts, bit of everything. And, we're past the halfway point in Six Masters now. So yeah, let's get it cracking on.
Yeah, exactly right. You mentioned that actually as we ended last night that we're past the halfway mark going into tonight. Of course, keeping up to date with the socials down below, you can give us your thoughts on how you think tonight's matches will go, getting included on that poll vote, which last night was extremely close for one of the matches. The other one didn't quite come true, but I think everyone got the second series right.
Yeah, I think I got that one right as well. I think I predicted the draw.
You did.
It's funny, I've heard a lot of the players expressing that because of this map veto system, we only get that one ban, and then there's that pick. It really does make it a bit more likely you're gonna have those draws because teams only get to ban out that one map. So what's really great about that is we get to see some really close games.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the standings because we are at the halfway mark now, and it gives everyone an idea as to how all 8 teams are tracking by this point in the season. Obviously, tonight we do have first versus 8 Dev, and well, that usually is never a fun match, but I do feel like Kanga, Spruce had some fighting words. I do feel like maybe they can try and have a bit of fun tonight, maybe let loose a little bit, and the shackles are free.
Yeah, well, Spruce is always a bit of a character, so it's great to see him playing and in the interviews. But I just want to point out, last season, Kanga, when they joined Pro League for the very first time, the only points they got throughout the entire season was by beating Wildcard. So who knows? It's a rematch. Maybe it's going to happen again. If there's any chance for Kanga to make a statement and get off that donut down the bottom, now's the chance.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And I mean, our second matchup tonight, Akami and Sinister, 4 and 6, couldn't really be any closer there. Big opportunity for Sinister to keep in that race for top 4. We really touched on it last night, that top 4 heating up as we continue to have a look at our schedules for tonight. We touched on Kanga versus Wildcard. It is going to be that David versus Goliath, though, I think, at the end of the day, Dev.
Yeah, and Sinister Akami, which is the one later tonight. Akami, previously known under the alias TBD. They've got that branding now you might have seen from NA Challenger League in the past. They still are looking for an org. You can see LFO in the name, but both them, Akami and Sinister, have really been vying to break into those top spots, and they're currently tied for points, so this is an opportunity for one of them to dance ahead and really get up there with Elevate and Wildcard, who are sitting in those top 2 spots.
Of course, though, Kanga Esports versus Wildcard Gaming up first. That's the matchup we're going to be really focusing on here now as we move forward. And we don't want to beat around the bush here. Kanga's had a tough season, and unfortunately, it has gotten progressively worse as it's gone on to a point where the rot has to stop for Kanga Esports. They need to start turning things around. Last week, 2-7, 2-7 against Knights. I mean, I'm not calling a 7-0, 7-0 here, but the only way is up for Kanga.
Yeah, that's a great point. When you've just had 4 or 6 losses so far in Six Masters, you can only get better from that. And remember that Kanga had actually a decent performance last season in the Pro League. As I mentioned, they beat Wildcard, they had some close games, but then they lost 2 of their players to 2 really strong teams. They lost Worthy, who went and joined Elevate, a top 2 team, and they also lost Pat, who was previously under the name Thumbnail, over to Wildcard. So this team has definitely been a foster point for really up-and-coming talent.
And we'll go ahead and have a look at Wildcard, who currently are leading the standings. They are the team to sort of catch right now for everyone. What was interesting was last week was the first week that they dropped a map. They dropped it to LFO. And of course, we had LFO last night. We were talking about their performance and the expectations that they've now brought on themselves. Wildcard was a big scalp for them. So in essence, this is the first week now for Wildcard that they've got to kind of bounce back a little bit here.
Yeah, they did get that first loss, and it was LFO. So we've seen upsets go up against Wildcard before. They've also been pushed really close in 8-7. It took them to take on Ferox and some close games against Sinister as well. These guys, their name is out there. They've been to so many global events now, and a really disappointing performance met them at the Six Invitational. That's when they came back home. They picked up Pat, who was from Kanga. They picked up Gio, who was from Elevate. And this new roster with these guys is looking really, really good. And I think that they're on the up. They just have to prove it here. They're currently tied for points with Elevate, but these guys now get the chance to really run away with an extra 6 points after tonight.
And obviously, Wildcard, at the end of the day, cannot come into this series against Kanga thinking it's going to be a sure thing. They've still got to perform. Funny things can happen. You know, we saw Ferox actually last night come out of the gate on console at 6-1, shocking Elevate. I'm not saying Kanga's going to do the same thing here, Dev, but if you're not bringing your A game at this level of competition, despite Kanga's season thus far, they could come out and surprise Wildcard if they don't play at their best.
Yeah, and it's been a really exciting season, as you mentioned. A lot of upsets. We've seen some crazy things, like yesterday. So many attacker rounds on Consulate. It was just nuts. So who knows? Even if Wildcard is the clear favor here, there's no doubt that we're in for a treat. Especially if Ethan starts popping off like he did a few weeks back against Sinister.
We're going to have a look at the map vetoes. One thing that from the research I've done is that Border is very much not liked from either of these two teams, although we did see it last night. I would be surprised if we see it tonight.
Wildcard is like Border who? What's that? They only have a 6 map pool and in their brain, they've banned it like consistently forever. So I very much doubt we'll see Border. Wildcard's probably going to ban that. For Kanga, it's really tough. There goes the Border ban. For Kanga, they're going to get rid of Consulate, a good map, very strong map for Wildcard. They were pushed to the limits against Ferox and only just came away with that 8-7. But on the flip side, Kanga have 3 losses on that map in recent times, including getting smacked around by Elevate 7-2. So I think Kanga just, they see his strong ground for Wildcard, not so strong ground for us. We'll get rid of that one.
I mean, the beauty of home broadcast is you can have all the information right in front of you at the go here. That is the...
I'm currently casting with a statue. What's happening, Xenox? This is a bit of a sad moment. Oh well, F's in chat for Xenox, please. I'll just continue this because let's be honest, I knew what I was talking about better than him anyway. So we're talking about Consulate and Border being banned out by these guys. Picks. Wildcard have left in Theme Park consistently every single week. They haven't banned it. They also haven't picked it, but they've played it twice. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kanga try and whip that out. No info from them on that one yet. Let's have a look at these picks. Theme Park! Whoa, I guess I know what I'm talking about or something. Bit of a gamble there for Kanga. There's 2 teams so far. It's been, what, LFO and Sinister. Both had verse Wildcard and let it slip through the ban phase and then picked it and then lost it to Wildcard. So a bit of a gamble here, but hey, why not? You got VODs on how Wildcard play it. I like the attitude here. Wildcard going to pick Coastline, a map that they haven't played in 2 months. And since then, it was 2 losses they had, actually. One against Fnatic 7-4 in Pro League and one against Ferox 7-5. I just find it hilarious that Xenox is still chilling. Oh, no. Now you have to see my face in full screen. This is incredibly disappointing. I'm sure you guys just wanted to see Xenox anyway. But, oh, well, I'm just going to keep on talking about these map picks. So, if I can just write these ones down. It was Kanga who got the very first ban. And they banned out Consulate. Wildcard banned out Border. And then we saw Theme Park picked. Personally, a map that I have never casted. So, yay. I actually get to cast it for once. And Xenox has also never casted it. And I'm sure he would express his absolute discontent at never having previously cast it if he was actually here. But he's dogging the boys right now. So, I mean, that's what you got to do. Wildcard, what did they pick? They picked Coastline. Oh man, I've seen some nuts plays from Wildcard on Coastline. They lost it 7-4 last season to Fnatic, but like I said, haven't played it in 2 months. On the flip side, Kanga also haven't played it in 2 months, in which they lost it to Ferox. Apparently, I now have a co-caster. Oh my goodness, Xenox, don't ever leave me again, please.
For those who aren't aware, Melbourne has had some very wild storms since yesterday going into tonight. Internet decided, hey, now's a great time to drop out. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess it's lucky that we both didn't cut out, but you know, someone's got to carry the broadcast, I guess.
Yeah. I think we.
I'm going to fill you in, mate.
I missed the picks.
All right.
You have to run us
All right,
through that again.
Let's roll through. All right, guys. you guys in chat and me are going to help Xenox, all right? So first up, Kanga banned first. They banned Consulate, Wildcard banned Border. Kanga picked Theme Park, which I know you're going to be looking forward to. I was saying I've never casted it before. I don't think you ever have either. Here we go. Going to roll through them again. And Wildcard picked up Coastline. Let me give you some context here, Xenox, and I'm sure you've probably got the same kind of notes.
Go ahead.
Kanga never played Theme Park. Wildcard never banned it, never picked it, but they've played it twice and won it twice against LFO and Sinister. So a bit of a gamble here from Kanga. Two teams have already thought, we're going to take Wildcard to Theme Park. Hasn't worked out. And for Coastline, neither of these teams have played it in 2 months, and the last times they played it, they lost it. So a lot of speculating.
Am I
that we'll have to
wrong,
do
though,
tonight.
in thinking that the Coastline pick is maybe more surprising?
Yeah, I mean, they're... Yeah?
I mean, they're both
I feel
surprising,
like
but I'm thinking from Kanga's perspective here, and I'm thinking, all right, we've got to just try something a bit different. Obviously, nothing's really working for us this season. Whereas Wildcard, I would have thought, would have maybe wanted to just keep things simple in the way that they've been playing really, really well this season.
Look, that's actually a good point, because Wildcard could have just voted Kanga and said, let's go to Clubhouse or Cafe, one of the maps that Kanga has played a ton, and Wildcard can just VOD them and counter them. So a bit of a gamble from Wildcard, going with a map that they haven't shown and that Kanga hasn't shown, and maybe potentially actually leaking some of their VODs that then might be used against them for later.
Well, we are going to have a look at the poll votes. I don't think we will be too surprised by the results that are going to be shown up on our screen. 69% to 23. Wow, actually, you know what, Dev? I'll take that back. I'm surprised by the 23%.
Kanga, I guess, got a lot of fans. In fact, one of the only Australian based organizations in the league. So maybe the Aussie fans out there are really rooting for Kanga. Maybe we got a lot of people who like to go for the David instead of the Goliath. So I'll take it.
You know what? You're right, though, because that is the classic Australian spirit at the end of the day. We love our underdogs, don't we, going into this sort of series, even for the neutrals. I'm sure they might be rooting for Kanga more so than Wildcard as we head into Theme Park, our first map of the night between Kanga Esports and Wildcard. A big ask in front of Kanga.
Time to jump into it. My first time ever casting Theme Park. Yours too, Xenox. So it's not only fresh territory for Kanga here, but also for us too. Good luck, have fun. Comes out in the chat. Operator bans. Surely not a Thatcher. Don't do it to us. Damn it, Kanga!
Oh.
Wildcard, why you gotta do that to us?
Hey, don't blame Kanga. You're already getting into
I thought it was Kanga for a sec. God. Usually Kanga, usually blue team starts on attack first. Oh no, they do start on attack first. I don't know, I'm just confused. Never mind. Thatcher Thermite.
Well, Thatcher Thermite, luckily not too hard breaches like we saw banned off last night in one of the series. And what's interesting is so far this entire season for Wildcard, they haven't played a single game where Ying was available. That now changes already going into this first map. This is very much a different style that we might see from Wildcard, Kanga tonight. Like maybe records and previous results go out the window.
And these operator bans are going to shape the play styles, especially on the attacking side. Really hamstrung here with the Thatcher and the Thermite taken off the board. Be leaning a lot into that Maverick, I expect. The Thatcher also, not just for wall denial counters. The Thatcher's great for getting rid of bandit batteries, mute jammers, etc. And banning that means you have to change things. But it's not just that makes the difference here. That having that Thatcher ban means you can stack ADSs from Jaeger, you can also stack Wamai charges and really protect utility like Goyo shields, Maestro cams, but typically just Goyo shields and deployable shields, which are very powerful for controlling the choke points on this map. We might actually see Imarin switch over. Indeed, he does get off the Kaid and onto that Goyo. It is an Armory Throne Room defense first up, but I do like the setup that we're seeing from Wildcard, at least thus far in the operator picks.
So Kanga are going to be attacking first, and I think it's imperative that they get off onto the right foot. If they can win this first round, build momentum on their side, it's a stepping stone towards what would be, and in my honest opinion, the biggest upset of the season if Wildcard lose a map to Kanga. I think that's fair.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was the biggest upset Kanga saw last season as well, and maybe they can repeat it. I don't know. It's tough. But since Theme Park is still fairly new in the map rotation, and particularly in ANZ, hasn't seen a lot of play. This is the third time this map's ever been played in Oceania, or at least in the pro level. So let's talk a little bit about how it plays. From a defensive perspective, you're really trying to funnel attackers into these choke points. So if we've got this top-down view, looking around, particularly on the top floor, there's a lot of choke points and only a few places where you can actually open up the floor. You'll see on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a wooden floor. That then goes down onto the bomb site in A, and there are a couple angles you can also get onto B. So the attacker's often trying to do that to eliminate the positions of players on the bomb site. And to counter that, we often see defenders, when defending this armory, throne room, bomb site, go for quite a roam. And that's what Pat, Geo, and Diesel are going to be doing at the moment. Some information gathering with the Valkyrie cameras and information denial from the Mute is going to make this quite the pain for Kanga.
And any pain's not going to be fun pain for Kanga, both. And Wayman looking to push in. The IQ's certainly going to help here. Although Campo already in front, leading the way. Still 2 minutes on the clock. And you have to wonder, though, in terms of map pool for both of these teams, how many times they've been playing Theme Park in preparation of this.
Well, we know Wildcard have played it twice so far in the league, and Kanga will no doubt have watched those VODs. Makes you wonder how much Kanga... Oh, okay. Pat's caught off guard. Good opening pick for Leb there. Nice way to kick things off for Kanga. Finding those picks onto those roamers. You see a lot of rotation holes opened up nice on and early between the defenses. And Leb's going to find his second, in fact. Good for 2 kills. One more player roaming. It's Geo. We know how good he is. He's gotten an ace on this map before. He gets taken down. No way!
Oh, no.
How did Wildcard come back from that? And that's 2 picks in response. Geo's still alive somehow. Diesel rotated up to support, and he gets a pick for it as well. That nade's going to finish the deal. And Wayne Man finally salvages that. 3 versus 2 with 1 minute left.
Still an amazing start, though, from Kanga. Leb opening up with 2 entry frags. Followed up, Boats probably should have been able to kill Geo there. As you mentioned, Geo, though, was able to just stay alive. And Diesel towards the bomb sites. And this is now where I think for Wildcard, all you can really do is play defensive, hold defensive positions, and try and catch Kanga on the rotate.
30 seconds, and let's see, how are Kanga setting up for this push? They don't have full information about Gong and Tellers. They don't know if that's clear. 25, these guys really need to get a move on.
Playing patiently, but that might actually backfire here for Kanga. They lose Wayne Man to Diesel, and now 2 versus 2 with only 13 seconds left makes it very difficult potentially for Kanga. Leb's low in that initial exchange with Diesel, and we're in on site, 5 seconds. And it's still not being, the plant's not going down at all here. I think Kanga are going to lose this round. Everyone one tap takes out Leb. And from a very winnable position for Kanga, Wild come back and clinch the round 1.
It goes to show, you can get that roam clear, waste 2 minutes. I mean, from Kanga's perspective, right? They got the 2 opening picks. There were 2 counter picks eventually from Wildcard. But after that roam clear, it took them 2 minutes, and they were in a 3 versus 2. They had numbers advantage. They didn't get a single kill after that. Kanga really struggling there, and it's not just on that roam clear, but also on the execute onto site. That numbers advantage really not helping them in the end. They had a severe lack of information. You saw just 30 seconds, 20 seconds ticking away, and there are players from Kanga still just face checking inside of Gong and maintenance and tellers. That the starvation of information for Kanga really hurt them in the late round. And the last 3 players attacking the bomb site also just mistimed, not supporting each other, not able to get a refrag. Wildcard, good start to this map.
Feels like a missed opportunity for Kanga more than anything, though. Now, Leb opened it up with 2 entry frags. Yeah, there was a trade back, but after that, Kanga still had the numerical advantage for basically the entire round. And yet, as you mentioned, just took too long in trying to clear out Emma and Diesel. I think they played it really well for Wildcard, though, from their perspective. As I said, they held a bit more defensively, waited for Kanga to start moving around, clearing areas, cut them off, and got kills 1 by 1. We never saw Kanga sort of peeking in area 2 at a time and trying to do at least a 2-1 trade. Backfires, Wildcard get the first round, and you have to wonder how many times Kanga in this series are going to get opportunities like that.
think it was a bit of tunnel vision from Kanga. Once they realized the only roamer left was Geo, they just really focused on that. They didn't watch the flanks, and that's what enabled Diesel to really even up that man count. Bit of overzealousy as well from Boats as he was trying to peek Geo, but ran out of bullets. Really punished him. And then there was no immediate refrag as well. The Kanga players just not quite tight on each other on the entry frags. Let's have a look. It is a bunks and daycare defense for Wildcard with an extension over towards office and initiation. This is very staple stuff at a pro level. The attackers pushing in from Cafe. Good early control from Boats. But having Cafe control does not win you the round, especially when there are deployable shields, Goyo shields and the like facing towards this. Oh, what an angle there from Pat on the ACOG through that soft wall. Even stim up Ethan as well, potentially. Really good control and a good opening pick for Wildcard.
Well, that's also the power of daycare with these soft walls as well. Ethan's going to get healed up from Pat. Wildcard firmly in control numbers-wise. Wayman with the diffuser still outside as well. As you mentioned, the round here. But a lot of the attention from Kanga siding over to this area of theme park with a minute and a half remaining. It's looking a little stale right now in terms of their push here in round 2.
It's interesting decision from Kanga not to try to clear that initiation off the side and instead try to mainly focus on a west side take. Lev here trying to clear the player on the pink stairs. Difficult position, especially with that ACOG. Spruce does find one onto Geo. Good refrag though from Diesel. Now this is when we need Leb to get busy and take out. Oh, Diesel's actually been traded nonetheless by Wayneman. Numbers advantage once again for Kanga, but we know 3 versus 2 doesn't seal the deal.
But not only that, Wayman and Kempo are both low already too, so it doesn't take too much from either Ethan or Imran. 35 seconds. Even the shotgun's probably not even needed. Pistol might just do the job. Oh boy. Kanga don't want to blow this now though either. They had that advantage in the first round. But as I said, doesn't take much here from Imran. As soon as they run onto the site, you do feel like he's going to be able to at least get one here. Ethan holds the yellow corridor, and Imran does get Leb. There's no trade back though from Kanga. That makes it even more difficult now, considering how low both Wayman and Campo are. Immediate tap from Imran. The second will get the kill. Ethan finds Campo. And Wildcard get 2 rounds now from 2 rounds at a deficit.
That's 2 2v3s in a row as well. I'm not sure if was it the same players potentially. No, Ethan was surely killed out on that previous one.
Diesel in the first round.
Yeah, it was Diesel and I'm gonna say Pat,
Imran.
who was the... Oh, was it Diesel and Emo? Okay, so there you go. Emo's involved in 2 2v3s. Doing pretty well first 2 rounds rather. Of course, with that Thatcher ban in particular, this does get quite difficult for the attacking side. Kanga trying to suppress some of these roamers using the Nomad, but Wildcard are really just allowing the time to tick down, and even though they're losing a lot of engagements, a lot of gunfights, not just 1 versus 1, but trade battles where there's a few kills come out sequentially, they're losing those. They're coming out at numbers disadvantages, but these Wildcard players, even at a deficit, are happy to just sit back and wait for Kanga to start filing them through. They know they have that individual skill, that game sense, to know exactly when to peek, what to peek. And their positioning has been impeccable as well.
Wildcard have played it really well too when they do get to that numbers disadvantage in those first 2 rounds, falling back, playing the bomb site. And that's where Kanga sort of stalled themselves a bit. They get to just outside the bomb site, but just lack that critical ability to then push on, clear out corners. And that's where Wildcard just continue to find that early pick at that section of the game. So even if it's 2 versus 3, they keep finding that early pick and making it then 2v2. 2v2 with like 20 seconds left. And with the diffuser nowhere close to being planted, all that takes is that one kill, then puts all the pressure back onto Kanga. As you said though, Kanga are getting these opening picks, they're getting these entry frags. They're pushing him well onto theme park, but just not executing that final play.
Another interesting philosophy from Kanga is that they're deciding, for the most part, not to force these choke points that Wildcard are setting up. For example, here on the B bomb site, a use of a deployable shield. On the other side, you can see facing towards control with a mute jammer and reinforcements inside of initiation, right where Geo is sitting. There you go. That Goyo shield just going to make it very difficult for Spruce to peek on through. And typically in that previous round, Kanga decided to just bypass this kind of push instead. And Spruce, you would think, oh, just throw an Ash Charge in there. But Wildcard, they're banking on that. They will have stacked ADSs here, knowing that it's going to be very difficult for Kanga to clear out this utility and push on through.
And Spruce is set up for now, but I'm not sensing he's going to push through for at least a while. Take a few shots, just keep eyes over towards his location in control room. Clear out the ADS.
Oh no! What a play from Pat. Just having that information that Spruce was behind the control panel there. Gets a C4. Fortunately for Spruce, I believe he successfully used his Ash Charge on that Goyo shield, so at least his utility wasn't wasted.
It's just that map awareness, though, from Pat coming into play. Spruce had no idea. He gave away his position. They knew he was in there for 30 seconds or so. Nade in from Wayne Man. Plenty of time still remaining. Campo finds a pick onto Ethan. Second one followed up from Boats. Emmerman able to at least get one back. And it's a similar situation now to what we saw in the first two rounds.
No.
C4 goes out. Risky play. Doesn't
It's shot out of
quite
the air.
connect, though. Oh, well, that's one way to make sure it doesn't connect. Skeet shooting from Boats and Kanga. Campo's lows. He takes a massive tag. 50 seconds remaining. But this is where we see Wildcard really turn the game back into their advantage.
Still a lot of this round left, 40 seconds, but Kanga, they might have the bomb site, but not sure that'll matter at this point. No more air jabs left for Campo. He's going to try to cover Wayne Man. He doesn't know where Wildcard are going to push from. And Marin, where was that, mates? All the way in through. Was that a wallbang, actually? Surely this was a wallbang. Yep.
Oh.
That's one way to get Kanga tilted.
No way.
What?
I mean,
He
I don't want
must
to
be
assume that he knew
nuts.
they were there or if that was just intuition following through. But regardless, these first three rounds, I mean, the eye test is that, say, Kanga haven't played bad, Dev. I think they're just lacking that final ability to close out, get that plant, try and get control of bomb site. The first 2 minutes is fine. Wildcard just coming up big in the clinch towards the end of these rounds, and that's why they're up 3-0.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I like the philosophy from Wildcard on some of these defenses. Not so much thrown armory, but on those top floor defenses, you'll notice both of those previous rounds Wildcard won. There was a point where they're like, oh, the attackers have the bomb site. That's cool. We're just going to wait. And as they start to plant, that means one of their players is occupied. So that 2 versus 3 there from Kanga's perspective was actually a 1 versus 3 because only, what was it, Campo? Only Campo was actually able to take a gunfight while Wayne Man was planting. I really like the philosophy here from Wildcard.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And even then, Campo had like very little health too, so it's not like he's running around peeking and trying to find these fights. All he was doing was just being a bodyguard for Wayne Man as he tried to plant the diffuser. Obviously, in the end, didn't even get that down thanks to the wallbang. Emo has started off amazingly though for Wildcard. I'm not entirely sure if he's actually died yet. I'll have to
I'm
check
going to
next
say
time
no.
we get onto him. Yeah, because he was part of
I'm
those
gonna say
first 2 rounds. Yeah, no,
6-0.
exactly right. Yeah.
Jeez. 6-0, and he's been in 2 clutches and then got that double wallbang. So he has been instrumental in closing out all of these 3 rounds so far.
MVP for certain for the first 3 rounds. We'll see if he can keep it up. Wildcard have looked a little bit vulnerable in these first 3 rounds. It hasn't been clean, hasn't been as one-sided in the rounds particularly. Well, the scoreboard says 3-0. The rounds do say that Kanga are at least playing decent enough, just lacking that final third ability.
Good use of the use from boats, getting rid of those goo mines and Valkyrie cameras and default cameras as well, I guess. Once again, this heavy roam upstairs. Kanga losing some drones to it. Spruce gets out of position, but dangerous now, trying to push on through. Spots out that rotation in break room. Cautious of these arcade stairs, but in fact, Wildcard are just shooting some drones and then falling back to the bomb site. The C4 goes off, misses Leb. Almost had the information it needed, but I'm pretty sure Wildcard have just completely abandoned here. They've wasted half the round, a bit of utility, shot in a few drones, and now they're back on site. Oh no, they just changed where they're roaming. They're roaming downstairs now. So they shot drones, and now Kanga has to re-drone them, and Kanga's just going to run out of drones.
But it buys so much time though for Wildcard, making it a lot more difficult for Kanga. As you said, clear out those drones, make them think, okay, they might be on the second floor, push back down the first floor, and then as we can see, still holding off site. Not everyone's on site. There's I think 1 or 2 for Wildcard. But then this is where if they lose those initial engagements, what we've been seeing from Wildcards, then they'll send everyone back to the bomb sites, play more defensive, and clean up the round from there.
So Kanga do a kind of attack that we see much more typically in ranked, which really just involves a 5-man attacking squad trying to crack a 5-man on site. We might see some wildcard players on this downstairs roam. Move over. Ooh, C4's going to toss over, try and kill this Maverick. He's already pre-ripped it so that Kanga won't hear the sound of him pulling out the C4. Throws it over. Oh, it misses! That's unfortunate, but Wayneman does take some damage for it, and if Emo can land a slug here, that'll be the end of it.
Can't get that wall down either, makes it even more difficult for Kanga. They're running out of time though. I don't think Wenman has any chance to get that wall down now. Wildcard just cleaning up Leb, Campo go down, and the trades will go all in favor of Wildcard as they take out round number 4, and that round was way more convincing.
I really like the read from Wildcard. The first time they defended that bomb site, they lost the roam game. It wasted 2 minutes, but they ended up at a 2 versus 3 from Wildcard's perspective. This time around, they shot a few drones. They went downstairs, had a bit of a roam, but mostly just a turtle on site. And then Kanga took so much time to get started. The first engagement happened with only 13 seconds left on the clock.
Which is interesting because the first 3 rounds weren't really played that way in terms of time.
No.
We were probably seeing Kanga getting a few picks around the 1 to 1.5 minute mark earlier on that they could capitalize. This round, though, as you said, just 13 seconds left on the clock is not enough time. Even just the Maverick taking so long from Wayneman at the end to try and get that wall down, unsuccessful, realize, okay, I've got no time, I just have to start shooting through the doorway. I'm not sure if it was intended for Kanga to wait that long. I don't think it was part of their game plan.
I feel like, from Kanga's perspective, the first time they attacked Throne and Armory, it was the closest round they've got so far. They're 4-0 down, but that was the closest they got to winning a round. When Wildcard get to reattempt that after they've seen Kanga take it once, it's the most convincing round that Wildcard has taken. And that just goes to show how good Wildcard are at adapting between these rounds.
5 seconds remaining.
100%. Like, you're 4-0, and yet only really one of those rounds were like super convincing. But it messes with the morale a bit of Kanga. This is aggressive from Diesel.
It's getting more and more difficult for Kanga as this map goes on. Starting on the attack as well does make things challenging, especially on a new map like this. Theme Park tends to be a bit defender-sided with these operator bands in particular. And Wildcard are just so good at their defenses. Wildcard, I believe, would have get to choose which side they started on, attack or defense, and I think this is a good decision from Wildcard to start. Yeah, in fact, they did get to choose, and they chose defense first. So Wildcard wanted to start this round on their terms. Start this game off, really put Kanga under the pump and have no mercy.
Well, that was a discussion we had last night in terms of the maps and the stigma around some of the maps being considered defender-sided, and how Ferox kind of smashed through console at 6-1 on it, or 5-1 on attack. But right now, Wildcard, I think, leading up to the stigma here on Theme Park.
Good adaptation from Diesel. In the previous defense of this bomb site, he had his Goyo Shield in a more passive position. This time, he uses it to hold Cafe, which is the place that Kanga rode attacks from last time. Nice initial engagement. Good that both got the trade there, but Diesel did manage to finish off Spruce first. And that's really an essential pick. Smart move from Diesel to at least secure that one. Ensures the trade. And that's some good utility eliminated as well. 3 flashbangs and 2 ash charges.
But better from boats there, because if he doesn't push back and go for that trade, they probably don't get control of Cafe. Not that easily, at least, and then Diesel's still alive. So it's a worthy trade. Losing Spruce for Diesel, but you get control of Cafe. You can start to push in. 1 minute remaining. Now you've got some time. You can make something happen here for Kanga. They're going to need to find at least a round or 2 here on their attacking side if they're going to have any chance going into their defensive half as we almost close out this first half. 1 minute to go here in round 5.
Kanga doing the exact same style of attack as they did last time, but Gio switched over onto the smoke from what he was previously playing the dock. Droned out. He can delay so much time here. 2 more gas babes in the pocket. Kanga trying to find angles, and Wildcard continuing to play quite passive. Still have that X factor of Ethan in office with a lot of options to rotate back over through Cafe. Kanga really have to make their move soon.
This is what we saw from them the last time we were on Bunk and Daycare, though, is that a lot of the pressure was over on the Cafe side. Ethan will get Campo. And now they leave themselves with very little amount of time, and that's going to make it even more difficult with Waitman going down. Round's going to go to Wildcard. And a blaze of glory goes down the file plate. And for the second round in a row, another convincing win for Wildcard.
It's just so difficult for Kanga to find their footing here on these attacks. And Wildcard, every time they reattempt a bomb site, it gets better and better. I really like that.
I don't know. I don't know where Kanga go from here, though, going into this last round, Dev.
Oh, it's so tough.
They've tried
because
everything.
Yeah, and you're going up against a wild card that is just improving their defenses with every single round. Over the first 3 rounds, the first time they did a around the world, if you will, of these bomb sites, they played reasonably aggressively, and that was cool for Kanga because they won a lot of these engagements and won a lot of the initial trade battles. And then later on, Wildcard decided, hey, if we play passive, we don't give them anything. They're just going to stand around and wait until the last 10 seconds to push in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I do wonder if the Hibana pick here might be a bit wiser here for Wayman in terms of hard breaching a bit quicker than the Maverick. Definitely didn't feel like the Maverick was being utilized as the best as they would have wanted, was taking a long time, was being denied as well. A couple of times with like the C4, for example. This might potentially change things for Kanga.
I think they only actually used the Maverick Torch when they're attacking Throne, and as you mentioned, it was way too little, way too late. But that Hibana, of course, you need to be careful of any mute jammers placed on these walls. Not sure whether Imarins will be primarily using them for wall denial or drone denial, but yeah, there you go. So this is probably the most important wall that you would want to Hibana, and they're going to have to clear out that mute jammer. And what's difficult there is, well, the floor underneath that mute jammer is indestructible, so you can't shoot it from below. The only way to get rid of that mute jammer, thanks to the Thatcher being banned, is either with a Kali or by throwing some kind of grenade through that doorway. It's a lot of work. You have to burn that ADS first and then bank a nade off there, but there are no nades on this lineup, so it really doesn't look possible for them to open up this wall with Hibana.
And it limits their options. You'd have to think Wildcard are aware of that as well. And they were the ones who banned out the Thatcher. So, last attacking round now for Kanga, last opportunity. And then, I guess, they'll at least be able to have their own defenders side here on Theme Park. Long way in the hole at the moment here, 0 and 5. If you only just joined us though, the first 3 rounds, Dev, they were pretty close.
Yeah, they're pretty close. Kanga won a lot of those initial engagements and the trade fights, but as I mentioned, Wildcard just began to play passive, and that worked out well for them. They played on Kanga's weakness, which is time. The utility clear working pretty well for Kanga though so far, wasting those ADSs, and Spruce using his Ash Charge to get rid of that shield. Just a normal deployable shield. And in fact, no deployable shield inside of initiation facing towards control. An opportunity here for Pat as he jumps out a window. No Claymore placed, and Ethan's going to grab one as well. Man, once again, Kanga really struggling.
And Leb's low as well from that exchange as he has to fall back. And struggling is probably understated here. Spruce, close to finding Emo. Spruce has been in here almost, I think, every single time. This bomb site, 1 minute remaining. Does he try and be a little bit more aggressive here? He's got one to his left, one to his right. One of them is Emo, the other one at Geo. It's impossible, you think, to clear them both out.
A crossfire with 2 shotguns, especially playing as an ACOG, that's never going to happen. Geo still has 2 gas babes left. He can waste the whole round here in initiation. Kanga really need to get creative here and find some explosive picks. Maybe Leb's the man to do it. No, apparently not. Someone's going to have to step up. Who's it going to be?
Well, Spruce at least puts his hand up for an opportunity to maybe complete the comeback, but considering they are both getting peppered right now, Wayne Man and Spruce almost had an opportunity. Diesel picks up the double kill. 10 seconds left and 1 versus 3 for Wayne Man. That's going to be the round. That's going to be the half. 0 and 6 for Wildcard. Wayne Man will go for the plant. Just buys a bit of time, and then while they all just rush him as soon as he even thinks about that. Hey, worth a shot. Why not?
I mean, never give up. Never give up. Who knows? Maybe they're going to run into a claymore. Maybe they'll accidentally team kill. Whatever. Don't just pad the stats. You always got to go for those ones. And that was a 2v5, became a 1 versus 3. So finally, we did see a couple of kills, a couple of entries, and that map, or that bomb site control, I should say, taken by Wayne and Boats, I believe it was. But it really was too little too late. And as we observed there for the third time, Wildcard, once the pressure really comes on, and it's late round and the attackers swarm into the bomb site, Wildcard are just going to vacate and say, yeah, that's all right, you can have the bomb site, now try and plant, see what happens. That's a flawless defense as well for Wildcard, puts them on match point. Really puts the pressure on here for Kanga, and no doubt there's going to be some kind of emotional, mental pressure as well. Not only has Kanga got to come back with a flawless defense of their own, but Wildcard, they'll be feeling pumped right now. They could just go full send 5 people down from one place, go for a rush, I don't know, do something a bit cheesy. And this is the kind of situation when that works, because Kanga is a bit zoned out, a bit maybe potentially tilted. I don't want to, make it out like it's something they're not. I don't want to say that Kanga is necessarily tilted after this, but I mean, who wouldn't be a little bit affected by that scoreline?
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, I did say in the pre-game there's only one way bet up for Kanga. Unfortunately, it looks like they've found another level. If they do lose this 7-0, it would be the first map this season of Six Masters where a team does get 7-0. So right now, I think for Kanga, you obviously are feeling like, okay, we're probably not going to win this series. Let's at least try and win and do well on our defensive side. Get a couple of rounds and regain our composure as we then go into Coastline.
Last time Kanga got smacked about this hard, it was Pro League. Their 6th game back in March, over 2 months ago now. It was on Clubhouse. They got smacked about by Sinister. And since then, Kanga hasn't been too bad. They're yet to win a map at all in anything Pro League or Six Masters since that game. But, a 0-7, surely not. At least get a couple rounds here.
Yeah. I think if they can get 3 and make it 7-3, that's job done in my eyes in terms of just being able to stay competitive. You did say that on Theme Park it is slightly more defensive sided. In saying that though, I think a team like Wildcard can overcome that and make it a challenge here for Kanga. Along with the Wamai on Wayman, something different compared to what we saw from the defense of Wildcard.
I was actually surprised not to see the Wamai from Wildcard. Really powerful operator, especially for holding these choke points, protecting your shields, etc. Wildcard, I guess, didn't need him in the end. I'm fascinated to see that Wildcard is not actually going for the east to west push over from Cash and Office, etc. But instead going for a cafe kind of push, similar to what we saw from Kanga. There's a nice early one from Ethan, drones out Spruce and finishes him off, pushing in downstairs. And that early pick may help convert to the victory here. Nice clean 7-0. Good map control for Wildcard. Propelling on the windows, cafe control, and downstairs bottom arcade. What can they do with it?
1 minute left though, but this is where Kanga, if they're not already on site, probably need to start falling back to site. And Ethan does find Wayman. Is a horrible disadvantage now, 5-3. Wildcard starting to collapse onto both the bomb sites, A and B. EO still playing at arcade. He's going to start to push up the stairs. I think it's a matter of time now until Wildcard make this 7-0. Tried to be optimistic for Kanga, but they've really met their match here on Theme Park. And I'd hate to say it, Dev, but this was their map pick as well.
Forcing this plant down is Diesel in the corner. Safe spot. Campo does find one. It's a good start, but Campo and Leb are going to have to really turn up the heat here. It's a 2 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 4. All on Campo now, roaming over in initiation. 30 seconds to find 4 kills and defuse.
And he's on such low health. 25 seconds. Campo.
Defender has left the area
Hey.
of operation.
Well,
Defender
yeah,
is
well,
exposed.
he does get Ethan. A bit of a flashy
Oh,
way to
no.
go. And then T4's himself accepting his fate and accepting the fate that Kanga gets 7-0. The first team to get 7-0 on the map this season of Six Masters. Well, what a way to go, at least. On your own terms.
That's one way to put it, Xenox, on your own terms. I don't think I've ever seen a game quite like this. That was very one-sided from Wildcard, demonstrating excellence. And yeah, like you said, by the end of it, Campo had accepted his fate. No donuts from either team, so all of them gave it a crack. And yeah, Wildcard, well-deserved victory, just propelling themselves further up the standings.
I feel a little bit bad for Kanga Esports because their season, unfortunately, Dev does continue to just go in a downward trajectory. I did say in the pregame, and it was probably more hopeful than anything that they would start to potentially turn things around. But I won't lie, this was always going to be the worst team to try and do that against a team like Wildcard, who's destined to finish in the top 4 at a minimum with the way that they've been playing this season.
Yeah, it's great for Wildcard. If we talk about them for a second, these guys, last season they had their worst season that we've seen in a really long time. They flunked out of Six Invitational without winning a map. They came back in Pro League and ended up, I think it was 4th behind Akami, Elevate, Fnatic. Wildcard just weren't looking great. They made these roster changes. It was a bit shaky at first, but coming into Six Masters, they are safely and securely #1 in Oceania right now. That's quite a thing to boast, and what a way to establish your dominance. Just 7-0 Kanga in about half an hour it took them.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well for Wildcard. The fact that now they've also got really a decent amount of footing on Theme Park. It's the 3rd time they've played it, 3rd time they've won it. A little bit surprised that Kanga ended up picking Theme Park. Obviously backfired. We've now obviously seen that. We've got the hindsight for that 7-0. If you're going into this half now, going into Coastline, you Kanga, you're going into Wildcard's pick as well. Is the goal just here to not be humiliated and get 7-0 again? Like, what are the team goals going into this game?
I mean, depending on how Coastline fits into Kanga's map pool, this totally could be a much, much better showing, because Kanga made a huge gamble on Theme Park, knowing that Wildcard are decent at it, but never pick it. Coastline, we haven't seen either of these teams play it or pick it in 2 months, so anything could happen.
Anything could happen as we go to a break. On the other side, it's going to be Coastline. Currently, we are 1-0 up in favor of Wildcard.
Seconds to go. Needed a bomb. Attackers found the diffuser has been dropped. Attackers found the diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds. 15 seconds remaining.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us.
Lost that one.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching.
Wildcard ended up running away with Theme Park 7-0. Our first 7-0 of this season of 6 Masters. Here for play day number 8. Kangaroo definitely going to have to turn things around as we head towards Coastline.
Nuts stuff. That's what it was. And it was like a snowball, just slowly getting bigger and bigger. And it had Imarin's face on it. Because that was, I mean, that 2K right through the wall. I think the players were as confused as us watching that one. And man, I would love to, I'd love to know what the Discord was like when they won that, because I'm sure they would have just cracked up laughing just like I did. It was nuts stuff, and I mean, Wildcard are just showing why they're at the top of the standings and really proving that they are the best team in Oceania.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up that because it was at that point that he got that 2K through the soft wall. He was 6-0, 3 rounds go to wildcard, and those first 2 rounds they had to win from a deficit where it was 2 versus 3, and Emo was part of all 3 of those rounds, obviously. And so he was the MVP for that first half. I think because of that, considering the 4 rounds after that were really quite one-sided, probably the MVP of Theme Park in total then.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the final KD was, but in terms of opening picks, so the first engagements in the round, Kanga only won that once. In the very first round, Leb got the first 2 picks. Wildcard managed to pull it back and win the 2 versus 3 afterwards. But every round subsequently, it was just Pat, Ethan, Diesel going off and really giving the advantage early on to Wildcard.
everyone at home, of course, has the opportunity to poll their vote. 23% thought Kanga, 69% said wildcard, 8% on the draw. You know, we were both a little bit surprised, but look, as you said, Australian organisation plus the underdog factor.
And people like the logo.
Yeah, and yeah, look, the logo is pretty cool too. 23% there, I think, are going to be wrong. And wildcard, as we head into Coastline, definitely the firm favourites. And it is actually also their map pick, right? Kanga were the team that picked Theme Park.
Yeah, that said, like we've been saying previously, Kanga haven't played this in 2 months. Wildcard haven't played this in 2 months, unless these guys have scrimmed Coastline against each other, and I don't know who is scrim partners with who. Unless if these guys have scrimmed each other, this is totally a blank slate, and anything could happen for either of these teams. So while this is Wildcard's map pick, there's no way that Kanga could have voted Wildcard on this map, at least not from games that are 2 months or longer old. And the same thing for Wildcard, so this can totally go either way. But besides, the most recent times these guys both did play this map rather, they lost it. So anything can happen, and I don't want to count them out.
I love the optimism, though, that anything can happen attitude, and I think Kanga have got to have that exact same attitude as we head into Coastline. From a 7-0, can they turn things around in their favour? Coastline, Kanga, and Wildcard go into the second map.
Well, you started map 1 by saying, Kanga, they've had a rough season, it can only go up from here. And, well, I guess you jinxed it because they went 7-0, but they literally can only go up from here. If they win one round... If they win one round, that's better than last map. So surely we'll see something. Kanga going to get rid of the Hibana, an operator typically useful. The only hard breacher really that useful on this map, and pretty much just for those cocktail walls when attacking Hookah. But we'll have to see some other way of clearing Hookah. Ying banned out by Wildcard. Something they didn't get rid of on map 1, but Kanga didn't seem interested in using it at all. However, this very small map, a lot of opportunities for Ying. Wildcard don't want to deal with that.
It's interesting that you bring up the Ying because, correct, it wasn't banned on Theme Park, but it also wasn't even used on Theme Park. So maybe she isn't as proficient on Theme Park compared to these other maps, as Mirai continues to get banned out quite regularly as well this season. Only now 2 or 3 bans less than Ying. So those are the 2 most banned operators this season of Six Masters. Into Coastline we go. It is going to be Kanga on the defense this time, Wildcard on the attack, or at least something a little bit different compared to Theme Park, where we saw Wildcard defend first up.
Let's see how it goes. Valkyrie and Echo both in. 2 great ops for information gathering, while Valkyrie in particular can be utilized to very powerful effect on Coastline. A lot of good spots for outside Valkyrie cameras, cheeky spots for inside Valk cams, just great information gathering on the whole. And you're going to see a lot of information gathering for Kanga on this defensive lineup. They've got the Pulse as well as the Valk. Bit of denial from info with the mute. Pretty steeple lineup here from the defense, very versatile lineup on the attacking side. Some nades with the sled, soft breach of course, same thing with Zafia. Ethan can find out all those Valkyrie cameras, potentially the Pulse, other utility. Diesel as well. Capitao, really powerful operator, not as commonly picked in Oceania as maybe some might expect, but really good for area denial with those incendiary bolts. And on a map like Coastline, where there's a lot of power positions which are quite small in terms of their footprint, you can really block them out using that Capitao with the fire bolts.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And I mean, Wildcard, of course, picking Coastline, you'd have to think they've been scrimming it in some fashion, or at least in some way. And
yeah,
on the other end of the spectrum, though, Kanga probably wouldn't have been expecting the Coastline pick. I mean, that's something we can ask in the interviews after this map, whether this was a bit of a surprise for Kanga. But I said it actually during the initial map ban phase, where I was more surprised with the Coastline pick than the Theme Park pick, just simply because of the fact that Wildcard as a team has only dropped 1 map this entire season. And that was Clubhouse, but every map they've played, they've won on. Obviously, as you said, and we've spoken about, they haven't played Coastline at all.
Emo getting droned in now. Spotted out 2 players hanging out around Hookah and 90. This is the bar attack. Wait, sorry, kitchen attack rather. My bad.
Attack response, diffuser has been dropped.
Spruce gets the lead off. That's Diesel going down. Oh, and he finishes a second as well. That's a mad run out. That never works, but I guess it does for Spruce. No possibility for a refrag here, but man, that's going to be really difficult for Wildcard to come back from.
Well, as soon as you say that, Claymore from Ethan does get Campo, 4-3. Minute and a half. Still a lot of time left for Wildcard here, but now they've lost Emo immediately, as I said that. Leb gets that kill. Pushing in. Geo spotted immediately through the doorway, and that's, while you stand in the doorway, typically you're going to go down. And Kanga at least open up Coastline with the round win. They're on the board.
Yeah, and they have done something that they couldn't muster on Theme Park, which is win a round, so little golf clap for them. It really did spiral. I was a bit worried there for Kanga after Campo jumped out and was taken out by that Claymore. I thought, maybe you don't need to get super aggressive after you win the 3 rounds, but Wildcard got a little bit desperate, a little bit impatient. We spectated Geo while he was pushing through Hall of Fame, or Guitar as it's known, looking towards the 90 position, but his ACOG was completely obstructing his view into theater. That's where he got peaked. He didn't see where it came from. Bit of an error from Geo, I guess, but I'm really just confused about the fact that Spruce was allowed to not only go for that run out, but get 2 picks with it.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Wildcard
they can.
fell asleep at the wheel there.
Could be that surprise, the unconventional play. Not expecting Spruce to go for that run out, just letting their guard down slightly. Wildcard, as you said, falling asleep potentially at the wheel. That's better from Kanga though, and I like the aggression from Spruce to actually even try that run out, to try something a bit different for Kanga, and it worked. Or it did get them those 2 kills, and from there they were able to spiral that into the round win.
10 seconds
If you
to go.
don't try those plays and you play defensive and you allow Wildcard to play their way, you're probably going to end up with another 7-0 under your belt.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb
Yeah, well,
and
good on
defuse it.
Kanga for really taking the
Defender is
fight to
approaching.
their opponent.
Defender is exposed.
Love your boats. Look at that. Boats and Spruce both going for runouts. 2 ACOGs to boot with the Rook and Doc. Ambitious stuff from Kanga, but it just goes to show this might be Wildcard's pick. And Kanga, yeah, they got absolutely smacked about on Theme Park, but they're coming into Coastline full swing, and that's the kind of attitude that is a winning attitude.
And you said it. I mean, Coastline here, I think if Kanga can play well on their defense, pick up 4 or 5 rounds, which would be amazing for them. There's a big opportunity to maybe take a map away from Wildcard. They've yet to actually get a map win this season. Pat gets Campo. And this time the opening pick goes the way of Wildcard compared to that first round where it was the Spruce run out. They got the opening double.
Oh my god, are they running out Hookah again? Campo literally just died doing a Hookah run out, the same place that Spruce ran out the first round. Wildcard punished that one, and Kanga's still going for it. They really don't have a care in the world.
Spruce just running around as he pleases right now, all around the map. They might just catch Wildcard off.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Although you don't want to be doing the same run out 3-4 times in a row. Probably.
Quiet moment here for Wildcard. Let's see where they're attacking. Taking control of Theatre, 90, top white. Emerin getting droned up by Pat now into luggage. Pat going to check this corner. Emo pushes in. Ethan also on the aqua balcony. Wayne Man in billiards. Takes out that drone from Pat, but Emo's there ready to push up. Looks like Wildcard are shaping up for an aquarium push. Pretty normal stuff, especially with that Hibana ban. It's quite difficult to do a VIP-centric push. Early C4, wasted. Lack of intel there from Wayne Man, no doubt, or Boats. Not sure which one it was. 45 seconds, Wildcard's starting to set up. Likely going to attempt to plant on the A-bomb here, but need to find a few more picks before that happens.
Kanga have just reined it in a little bit, bringing it back over to the bomb sites. leaving this right to the final second for Wildcard. Doesn't help that Pat's low as well. Making one area of entry a bit of a weaker point for Wildcard as they try and cover all angles. Ethan's going to be able to find at least one. That's Boris. That's an opening pick potentially outside onto hooker deck. It's a nice spray. Wayman's going to get Geo finished off with the pistol from Pat. 1v4 though. Wildcard collapsing at the final seconds. They are going to take this round, barring something massive from Leb.
Defender has left the area of
Leb's got to find at least this pick, and man, there's a crossfire on him. Not a chance there. Wildcard from a 4 versus 5, and in 20 seconds, classic Wildcard fashion. Ethan a bit confused there. Wadu. I wanted Pat. They're trying to claim Pat back on his team. Head pats. I don't know what this is in the chat right now, but I love it.
Friendly banter is always fun banter, right? That's how you want it to be generally.
But yeah, there was nothing happening there for Wildcard. In classic Wildcard fashion, leave it to the last 20 seconds to make something happen. And it works. Now, they got that initial pick really early on. After that, it was a 5 versus 4. 20 seconds left. Finally find quite a few picks. I'm not sure if... I don't think Kanga actually managed to get more than one pick in response. I love to see that Nomad charge. I don't know if you noticed, the air jab knocked one of the Kanga players all the way through the wall in hookah. He just smacked down. And Pat on the balcony was like, what's happening here?
I mean, from what I saw in terms of Wildcard, what they were able to do well there was just surround the bomb sites and have, rather than everyone sort of funneling in from one direction, making it very easy for Kanga, they were at least able to have multiple different angles opened up. Kanga's just not going to be able to cover them all. And I mean, as you said, then last 20 seconds, push in, everyone starts to peek and shoot at once, and well, Kanga just folded like a deck of cards.
5 seconds to go.
So, a bars defense now.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
Pretty good bomb site in comp, but not super played in ranked. So maybe a lot of you guys who haven't seen as much comp, not so familiar with this bomb site. The idea is to try to deny a plant in A, which is blue bar, from as many different locations as possible, particularly opening up holes in this wall into the courtyard so that you can shoot anyone from courtyard. Nice little job there. And then, of course, extending as much control as possible. This position at couches in Sunrise is really powerful. That's where Campo will be playing. There's also a position set up right near the B bomb with a deployable shield in this corner. But for the most part, Kanga's going to extend their hold, as I mentioned. Boats in office, players upstairs as well. Spruce also extending horizontally. Wildcard pushing from this east side top floor. Good control. Already 3 players in the building and a drone. Pat, a long angle here. He can cut off a lot of rotations into billiards here.
located.
You think the plan for Wildcard this round is probably not to leave it to the last second, and even though it worked in that last round, ideally you want to give yourself a bit more time than, what was it, 15, 20 seconds remaining. They spotted Ethan. Ethan able to just get out of the way though.
Ethan looking to pinch here. This player inside of Cocktail. Another player in billiards. This is that top floor presence from Kanga. But a vault over. Was that all the way back down? Or was... I didn't quite catch that. Wildcard are being very safe here. Just taking their time. Wayne Man still safe behind these reinforcements. Diesel drones him out. Leb is also trying to support from Hookah. Spruce might try and get a C4 off onto the player in VIP as well. Scanning him on the pulse scanner. But Leb finds that first kill. Boats with a C4. Pat eventually finds that kill back. Spruce gets information on the player pushing all the way up. Lights up a bit of damage. Doesn't commit to the gunfight.
This is a lot of health. This is a much better round for Kang compared to that last round. Air jab in place. Correct, from Geo. 45 seconds remaining. Wildcard don't have the numbers, don't have the time. But what they do have is the experience to capitalize even from an unfavorable position. We saw it on that last map on Theme Park. Leb, though, now makes it a 4 versus 2. We saw a couple of 4 versus 2 wins last night from LFO. It's not going to happen here. Triple kill for Leb. Can he find the quad onto Geo? Kanga are going to win the round. And look a lot better here on Coastline. That's the story so far.
Big round for Lev. Man doesn't know when to stop. Yeah, that's a nice one from Boats as well. Cheeky wallbang. Nice to see Kanga back in this game compared to map number 1, Wildcard. Really stole the show, 7-0. Kanga not only found 1 round, but they're very much in this for the long haul. On top of that, I gotta say, Coastline is one of those maps where you expect the defense is gonna be a bit more challenging than the attack. Being such a small map, similar to Border, a lot of opportunities for attackers to really leverage that outside positions with their ACOGs and force the defenders out of their anchored positions.
Protect your bombs from being defused
Doesn't seem to
by
be a
attackers.
stress at all for Kanga. They'll go back to Kitchen, a bomb site they've already
Attackers
successfully
discovered the
defended.
location of a bomb.
We'll look to Wildcard to make some kind of change of pace here.
It's been a team effort from Kanga as well. They've been able to adjust their play style, a couple of runouts. Some successful, some not as successful. The thing is, we didn't really see too much from them on Theme Park because on the defensive side, because they were attacking for 6 out of the 7 rounds played. But they've looked decent here on Coastline. And I said if they can get to about 4 wins here on defense, I'll be pretty happy. Who knows? You get to 3-1 and they might be aiming for more than 4.
Even a 3-3 half would be satisfactory here in my eyes. Defense on Coastline. Kanga's been doing a great job of leveraging this information gathering, consistently bringing this pulse from Spruce. Got those 2 runouts in the first round. Good information in that second round as well when he was just keeping an eye on those players in VIP from below. He did spot out the player outside office, but that pulse scanner only has a range of about 9 meters, so Emo's going to get back out. Spruce won't quite know his position. Gonna try to pre-fire through this wall into blue bar. Boats as well. That lets Wildcard know Kanga's aware of their positions. Good Valk cam taken out there as well for Emo. All drone up.
I think for Wildcard too, you also don't want to get too comfortable with how they performed on Theme Park, then come into Coastline. I think this is going to be easy. Oh!
Damn.
No, that wasn't what I thought it was it?
No, it wasn't, but it was a cheeky attempt at a wallbang from Pat, responded to a wallbang from Wayne, and that one was actually successful.
Been a bit chaotic this round though early on, and that plant's actually going to be taken put down by Diesel very early, in a minute and a half. The fuser does get planted. In a pretty favorable position as well for Wildcard. The entry, Ethan now finds a second onto Wayne Man, triple kill. Doesn't quite get the COD though, both able to get one back. Diesel just outside the door. It's going to be very difficult here. You'd think that boats are probably going to clear this barbed wire, run out and get the kill onto Diesel. 24 seconds, a lot of time, reload. He's not sure where he is though, he doesn't have the position. Diesel's just going to wait till the last second.
Yeah, and Diesel's got that utility as well. How many more incendiary bolts has he got? Getting toasty for Boats here, and that's a 7-second defuse timer. It's not possible. That's how to win it with the utility. A desperate attempt from Boats. Doesn't matter. Diesel's not going to give him a thing.
Oh no.
Lovely post plant there from the Capital.
Well, there was a specific round on Theme Park. For the life of me, cannot remember it, but you said how Kanga would be feeling after that loss. Well, that one was probably more impactful potentially in terms of how you're feeling when you think you cannot do anything. There's nothing he could do there.
The only way to
It's the worst
win
feeling.
that is, yeah, so it must be so frustrating for Boats, especially because he did claw it back from that 1 versus 2 to the 1 versus 1. I gotta say, Diesel really blew me away that round. I don't know how it went from Kanga getting the first 2 opening kills to Diesel being like, oh, I'm just gonna plant the diffuser.
Attackers
CC,
need to
I
locate
plant.
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think the best thing that Diesel was able to do there was to play patiently in that situation, understand how much utility he's got left, positioned himself really far back so that if the run out did occur, he wasn't just going to be franked out immediately by Bones. You saw Boats peeking to the right initially. Diesel was super far back and just understood the situation entirely and how it was playing out. Wildcard 2-2.
To insertion.
Well, you said 3-3 at the half. Kanga would be happy with that. I mean, I tend to agree still, considering what we saw in Theme Park. Really, anything from here has been a bonus for
Attackers
them
are moving
compared to
out
Theme Park.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
And 3-3 on your defense is still very much a winnable game on Coastline. Keeping in mind, as we were mentioning in the pre-show, this map is a bit of a black spot on the radar for both of these teams, neither having played it in the last 2 months. Both of them likely would have reworked significantly their strategies and playstyles on this map. So both teams here going into it with very limited information. That puts all the more pressure onto these mid-game adaptations between rounds, learning how your opponent is playing and changing things.
I mean, clearly, though, Wildcard have come in with at least some sort of strategy in some vein because they picked the map. Maybe they just wanted to try something. I mean, that sounds a bit BM, but maybe they picked Kanga as a way to test how their coastline is in a competitive environment outside of scrims.
And Wildcard is one of those teams that's very confident to make adaptations mid-game. Doesn't just have to be at the start of between a VOD, and that's the first pick. Spruce gets that 2 for Spruce, is it? Damn. Just the one. Emarin taken out. On the dock. Oh, Pat, perfect recoil control. Outplays Spruce there on that tight angle. Eventual refrag.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Spruce has been super aggressive on coastline thus far. It's been working for the most part, though. I think Pat obviously getting the better of him there by literally a pixel inch-wise in terms of vision. But I credit the way that Spruce has been playing. Cheeky wallbang from Ethan, well off the mark, the Boats. Obviously has
Boats
a bit of an
realised he
idea of his
must have been
location,
thrown
though,
out.
yeah.
Plant
Not
going
really
down here
planned.
for Diesel.
Attackers are activating.
I don't think there's an opportunity to deny this, and once again, Diesel just gets that service plant off. 40 seconds of post-plant for Leb and Wayne.
2 versus 4, though. As you said, another early plant, 2 in a row now for Wildcard. You're getting these early plants, and then not only that, but you're still fragging out. You're still finding Kanga around the map. You have to wonder where it's kind of going wrong right now for Kanga. They're just not having enough presence on the actual site. You know that Spruce and a few others like Boats are currently roaming around. So 2-3, Wildcard take their first lead here on Coastline.
Kanga started strong, but it's very much possible that Wildcard have figured him out and bounced back here. After Kanga in the very first round won their kitchen service defense, since then they've tried it 2 more times. And Wildcard has taken it away from them. We'll go back to Blue Bar and Sunrise Bar, the only other bomb site Kanga has been successful on this far. And it was a close one as well. Wildcard, the team we know, they are good at those between round adaptations. They learn how their opponent plays and changes their play style to counter that.
Ooh,
Kanga,
Captain.
you're gonna do that? Spruce, hello?
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean,
as
Spruce
many
is just
bombs
on
as they
something
can.
at the moment, the way that he's been playing here on Coastline. The run-outs, now the cap can. He's definitely trying a bit of everything. Some work, some don't. But you love to see the adaptation and the confidence to try these things. I mean, you'd know more than me here what maybe Spruce might be thinking with the cap cam.
It's tough because the Capcan, I mean, obviously an operator not picked very much at the competitive level. Typically, players who are in this level of play aren't expecting Capcan traps because it just doesn't get played much. So in some ways, it can be good. Maybe you'll catch pro players off guard by putting some Capcan traps down. That said, as soon as Wildcard drones out one of these Capcan traps, they're going to say, hey guys, there's a Capcan. And I'm not confident this will be effective. It's possible. A little bit of information gathering, I guess. If you hear one of those Capcan traps explode, it does let you know where some of these attackers are. But if one of those traps detonates, that's 60 HP gone from an attacker.
I mean, he's done his job now. He's placed his traps and he can hold a bit more of an aggressive position if he wants to. And that's what Spruceum's been doing so far here on Coastline. Playing aggressive, couple of runouts. And I guess that's probably the benefit of something like Capcan. You can put those traps down, place them all, and then you've used all of your gadgets. Now, if you do die, at least you've still got something left back for your team.
Diesel's just trying to look for Spruce at the moment. You can see Wildcard playing so slowly. Fairly distinctive of their playstyle, and it does counter quite effectively this very aggressive and cheeky playstyle that we see from Kanga. See, Wildcard's happy to sit outside the map and just pre-aim windows. If Kanga keeps peeking them, they're going to lose their heads like Campo did.
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute 40 remaining. As he said, I mean, the way that Kanga have been playing, they're sort of inviting this pressure from Wildcard, and Wildcard are more than happy to oblige, sit back, wait for them to peak, knowing that they're going to peak. Nemo, who was probably the MVP on Theme Park, only just found his first kill on Coastline so far. Bit of a rougher first half. Diesel pushes straight in onto the B bomb site. It's going to be another early plant, 3 rounds in a row. And while that's happening, all of Kanga have just been wiped out. Leb's in a 1 versus 4, now 1v3 after he's able to find Diesel. A lot on his shoulders here, but a big reward if he's able to pull off the 1v3. They can tie up the half 3-3. A lot of work to do though for Leb. So little time, 30 seconds. Pre-fires his left corner, doesn't find anyone. Ethan is low, so it's more like a 1 versus 2.5. The position, the plant, the time, and the numerical advantage that Wildcard has got, it's going to be 4-2, and it is. And Wildcard end the half, as you mentioned before, snowballing. Well, they've snowballed to a 4-2 lead.
We always talk about Wildcard being that slow and methodical team. We did see quite a lot of that in some of the early rounds, perhaps, but somehow Diesel's just been like, hey, I can plant here. I'm just going to do it. 3 rounds in a row. An early plant goes down. Diesel not keen to just wait around. He wants to get busy, wants to get into the thick of it. He's planted 3 times now. Every single time Wildcard's taken the rounds, Kanga don't really have a response to that plant. Perhaps the Echo could have been an answer, but they didn't bring it, not even once, for that plant denial. Straight out of the gate, Wildcard with Echo left unbanned. They're going to jump straight on it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We said 3-3 would give Kanga an opportunity going into their attacking half. 2-4. Better than Theme Park, but with Wildcard's proficiency in their attacking on the defensive and how they are defensively, I do get the feeling that it's going to be difficult here for Kanga to find many rounds here on Coastline. It's not their pick. As you mentioned, it's been months since they've played Coastline. Wildcard better prepared for it. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's going to be 7-2, but it's probably very likely that it could be 7-2, 7-3, more so than anything else.
Yeah, from here on out, we're really looking at Kanga to bring something new. By the end of their first half, Wildcard had figured out all of their tricks, countered them very effectively. Wildcard can just sit back and chill out. Kanga banned out that Hibana, so no chance of using that on the hookah bomb site to clear out those cocktail positions. I'll have a roam downstairs. Ethan holding kitchen, Emo Rin in Sunrise Bar. Boat's looking to contest that. Campo taking control of office, and Pat's just around this next corner in security. Surely that's been droned out. The angle from Sun. Pat with the shotgun, ready and waiting. Is he going to peek this?
If he does, I'm going to probably back Pat to win this one with shotgun. I think Campo may have just heard a bit of noise. Definitely didn't see Pat go into security. Oh, that's bad timing. Somehow Campo stays alive because he's a bit further back than maybe Pat was expecting. The shotgun, the range of it backfiring a little bit there. Pat may just look to push in. Never mind, trades are going to come through. Double kill there for Wildcard. Diffuser down. They end up winning that exchange. It all started with Pat, and they ended up getting Wayne Man and Campo.
Excellent work from Wildcard. Pat communicated to Ethan that he was under pressure. Ethan rotated to ensure that refrag, and they got it. It is a 3 versus 3 after that now, and oh, make that a 2 versus 3 for Wildcard. 2 versus 2. My goodness, can you go 5 seconds without trading any of these kills? Nest diffuser down on the ground. Diesel spotted that out when he shotgunned this player through the floor and decides it's maybe a bit risky to try and watch that actively. Spruce gets it back up. Gonna go for this aqua take. But Wildcard have the 2 best operators to stall out this kind of push. So much information. 3 gas canisters still in the pocket. And Plantanol from the Yokais. Plus the ACOG to contest this long-range fight. Kanga, they're the ones who need to clutch this out.
Best news for Kanga right now is the fact that they've still got 50 seconds. It's been a rather quick round to get to this point where it's 2 versus 2. A lot of those frags early on in those initial push-throughs. But the slow nature of Diesel and Geo is going to work in favor for Wildcard. They get Spruce, they get Boats, they get the round. Wildcard continue their snowballing effect.
A 4K for Diesel on the smoke as well. Prolific smoke main he is. The decision from Kanga, instead of going for that plant to push through the smoke, play aggressively, try to catch Wildcard off guard, didn't pay off in the end. But I can respect the decision there. Attempting to... I thought process no doubt being, well, surely we can't go for this plant with the yokai and the smoke still up. Those gas canisters that were placed in the corner of that room.
Yeah.
We saw Diesel throw just at the end. It actually cuts all the way through and takes out any player playing on the other side of the bomb. But, yeah, I mean, Kanga need to see something.
Lion as well. I think this might be the first time that we might have seen Lion. I might be wrong this season of Six Masters. It's not the first time. If it's not the first time, it's certainly one of the very few times. Spruce is just pulling everything from the playbook here.
Kitchen's next up for Wildcard. Making it difficult to plant inside of Kitchen there with those holes. Bit of extension upstairs. Oh, here's not something we see every day. A shield placed inside of Theater. Looks like Wildcard's going to hold on quite strongly to this position. ADSs and, well, my magnets stacked up. I like the thought process here. Wonder if Kanga will try and clear it head on. Capcan actually picked. You mentioned the Capcan when Spruce did it. I certainly wasn't expecting to see 2 Capcan picks this game.
2 Capcan picks, the Lion pick. Maybe Kanga with this Lion electing to want to try and play a little bit faster pace here. But when I say that, I mean that last round was already at a pretty fast pace in terms of the engagements that transpired. We saw a lot of frags very early on. They got to the point where it was 2 versus 2 with a minute remaining.
That's the first line charge goes off. I think Emo and Pat both got spotted out by that one. So Kanga should be aware that there are people roaming on the second floor. So far, Kanga not shaping up for this top floor presence, and that's why Imerin's going to rotate over to the west side. All of Kanga filing in through Sunrise, Blue Bar office. It's very difficult to get a plan off here. Really ambitious attempt here for Kanga. There are so many ways for Wildcard to deny it.
They've still got 2 more charges as well for Spruce, as they can then push on to the bomb site. See how far back Geo is. Emo, Pat, Wildcard playing really far off this A site. So that means Wayman can get straight in, get this plant down. They are going to lose Leb for this, but the plant will get stuck. Kanga now force a 45-second timer here. Wayman's going to be injured and then subsequently finished off by Ethan, but there was at least a trade. Spruce was getting Diesel. The wallbank's not going to work. He's got one right behind him though.
flank from Geo here as well. Emo flooding in, and Wildcard in this numbers advantage. Peeking from the window, though, it's Boats with the pistol. Forced to push in, though, while Ethan was on the defuse, and Geo finishes it off as well. A triple kill for the Capcan. Nice stuff. And that's an easy defuse with enough time remaining for Wildcard to take another defense.
It's unfortunate for Spruce too. Fortunately, as soon as he used the ability, he didn't realize the Geo was right behind him. And it can give you that false sense of security at times too, especially during those hectic moments where you're expecting people to be moving around and running around. And it's like, okay, I see 2 people in front of me, but then the last guy's behind him. Maybe expecting to have been standing still. Either way, match point, 7-2, looking on the cards, as I unfortunately predicted at the half.
Yeah, well, Kanga haven't won a round since their blue bar defense in round 3. It's just been all Wildcard, 5 rounds in a row. See the idea from Kanga trying to get away with cheeky plants. All of the times that Wildcard planted on their attacking half, they won those rounds, converted them into victories, but Wildcard here able to get that defuse off and win that post plant, that retake scenario. Not something that Kanga were capable of. And I expect that this line pick, an attempt to try to slow down these Wildcard rotations and force situations like that plant for Kanga, but the problem was, even after that plant went down, Wildcard won so many gunfights just afterwards that Kanga weren't able to set up good post-plant positions.
5 seconds remaining.
You kind of get the idea, obviously, what Spruce is trying to do with the line. We saw as soon as he pops it, Wayman sprints in as fast as he can to go for that plant. And I do like to see Kanga going for those early plants. I mean, we saw Wildcard were able to get a lot of early plants as well on their attacking side. About a minute and a half usually was the time that they were getting them down, usually in service, but I think Kanga are looking to try to do the same, but just haven't quite been able to execute it probably the way they would like. Ended up losing too many players as they were pushing in.
Bars defense for Wildcard, 2 players upstairs. A similar strategy to what we saw from Kanga. A couple of operators shuffled around, however. Geo's on duty to defend kitchen and service. Picking up into bathroom, trying to get an idea of whether there's any players in lobby, but Kanga looking to push this top floor east over. Same kind of attack we saw from Wildcard. Ooh, very dangerous position for Spruce to get himself into. Pops that line charge. Just gonna rush on inside, but he doesn't spot the player to his left. He somehow gets the flick. Gets traded out. Pat, is he good for another? No, there's another trade, and Wathan jumps into it. What is this game? 3-on-3 now.
Double trade-off. Spruce with the flick. If he hadn't got the second one, it would have been insane. A minute and a half remaining. Kanga at least get some position as well above the bomb sites. They're going to go down the floor, though, obviously, if they're going to be able to get this diffuser down. A lot of time still remaining. But that's what you love to see from Spruce. That's probably what you expect to see from Spruce, that sort of play style. Unfortunately, just not able to capitalize and get the round win from it, or even an advantage. The fact that it's 3-3 after that exchange. Both teams come out even. 1 minute remaining, match point, Wildcard. It's time to head down the hatch left. It's time to make a play here. Kanga needs someone to stand up. It's not Spruce. He's out of action.
Leb's been on fire this game so far. Campo really struggled to get into this one. 1-7. Good gun, good utility here for Campo. Really going to be looking at Kanga to salvage this one. Campo coming in for the flank up through the kitchen hallway. Wayne Man pushing in. Oh, Campo's taken out. It's really Leb we need to see here. Positive KD, 8-6 at the moment, but he's taken out all on Wayne Man, and that's the end of it. Ethan will close it out. A 7-2 for Wildcard.
Oh, Ethan, you just had to do it to him like that towards the end. You couldn't give them nothing. Campo, unfortunately, the flank goes down super early in that, and then the last 2 have to try and funnel through. Wildcard take Coastline 7-2. They take the series 2-0. And at the end of the day, Dev, no surprises really with how any of this played out.
Yeah, I guess it was just the script went as far as it did. Wild card for the 2-0 only dropped 2 rounds in the whole series. Really rough time if you're Kanga right now. After that, you just want to get your head into a different space, into a happier space, because that was a particularly tough one in the middle of a really tough season for Kanga.
Yeah, and obviously Theme Park a bit tougher there. The 7-0, whether or not that plays much on their mindset than going into Coastline, which I don't think so, because they kind of started actually not that bad on Coastline. It really wasn't awful from them. They tried a few things. The runouts were working on their defensive side, and then attacking wise, we saw some interesting picks with the Lion, for example. Spruce was really just picking everything at will tonight, but nothing was able to stick. No surprise, Wildcard is a top team, and in the end, Kanga were always going to be in a difficult position to take much from this series.
This does give us some validation for Wildcard, though, because like I was saying earlier tonight, Pro League, 6th Invitational, didn't work out so great for Wildcard. They had the worst performance this Pro League season that's just passed on, Season 11, that they've had forever. Came 4th place. 6th Invitational, failed to win a map, made these roster changes, time to prove it with their new players, Pat and Geo, and they certainly have so far in the 6 Masters, only losing 1 map so far and holding their own 7-0-7-2 against Kanga, sitting at the top of the standings. I think Wildcard are going to be very happy at the moment.
I don't think they could be anything but happy at this. They've only dropped the 1 map. That was to LFO last week. So, as you said, very happy. And as I said in our pregame, we are now past the halfway mark. We had the halfway mark starting tonight. They are very much likely to finish in the top 4, barring some sort of collapse in the back half of the season that we wouldn't be expecting. That would be a bit of a shock if it does happen. So that bodes well for Wildcard for this season of 6 Masters.
Very much so. They're going to have to worry about teams like Elevate, Okami, maybe Sinister, maybe LFO even nipping at their heels. But at the moment, with the lead that Wildcard have given themselves, 6 points, I believe, above their next competition of Elevate, they're going to be comfortable. And on the flip side, Kanga, it's quite a stretch to catch up to. I think Ferox next in line. There's a lot of maps you've got to win, Kanga, from here on out. That said, they've had some tough games thus far, but it's not going to get a lot easier here on out from Kanga. Yeah, they've played TBD, they've played Elevate, they've played Knights, but they've got some big games coming up.
Yeah, look, it's not going to be easy for Kanga. Unfortunately, the maps and the teams that they're going to be playing aren't going to get much better than that. But we do have Silex from Wildcard for our first interview tonight. Welcome, Silex. Congratulations on the win here for your boys. A very convincing win as well.
Hey, how you going? Yeah, it's a good night tonight.
Yeah, got to be feeling pretty happy after that one. Mate, still no border. When are we going to finally see border? But at least you brought out Coastline. What happened there? Because neither you nor Kanga had played it in 2 months. So a bit of a dark horse, and you guys came out really strong on that. Can you give us a bit of background, insight into that?
Firstly, sorry, what was the map that you just mentioned?
Border, you might have heard
boring? Of it. Yeah. Yeah, still no border. Maybe one day. Coastline still, it's always been in our arsenal. Like, we'll throw it in if we think we can do well on it. Kanga, I don't know about them. Haven't seen them play it in a while. Had no VODs to go on it. So yeah, we played our game. They surprised us a bit with some early aggression, and yeah, just capitalized on just not making further mistakes.
So, Alex, I just want to ask, taking it back to Theme Park, which well done, by the way, first 7-0 from any team this season of 6 Masters, but the Ying wasn't banned out. It's something that you guys have banned out almost every single week so far, but yet it also wasn't used. What's with Ying and Theme Park potentially for you guys?
Well, Ying at the moment is a pretty good operator. We just didn't want to, like in past maps, we didn't want to just like come up against it because it can be like literally quite in your face. Tonight, like we just, again, I don't think we really needed it to be successful. We only had one attack round. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair
I-
call. I mean, you
but-
guys are sitting at the top of the standings at the moment. Sorry, Xenox. I just want to know, you guys are sitting at the top of the standings at the moment. Have you got any fears moving into the rest of the season? You guys have got your new roster. You've been doing well with it. Are you finally feeling like it's a big break?
We're slowly like pushing ourselves to be better each week. To say it's our big break might be a bit of, I don't know how you would put it, but we're not like gonna be like, okay, we're in a comfortable spot. We're just gonna keep pushing ourselves to be better and better. I don't think it's wise to just sit pretty and say, okay, we're at the top. Let's just like keep it on cruise control. But yeah, it'd be nice to maintain the top standing, of course, and yeah, just push through for the final part of the season.
Thank you very much, Silex. Best of luck next week in your matchup against Okami.
Thanks, guys.
And I mean, look, first place is always ideal, whether they finish first or second going into the finals. At the end of the day, probably doesn't make too much of a difference, but hey, their destiny is in their hands. They get to control it from here on out in the second half of the season.
That's it, and it is, in theory, on paper, just going to get harder for them from here on out. They've taken on LFO, Ferox, Sinister, and Kanga tonight, but they haven't versed teams like Okami, as you mentioned, up next week. Elevate as well, going to be on the agenda at some point. Still got Knights as well to play, so some really strong teams. And Wildcard, when like Silex was saying, can't get complacent, especially when you're going up against Elevate. That Elevate Wildcard game, no doubt going to be one of the best in the season. Those are the two teams who are really on the cards for that top spot. So Wildcard just keep doing their thing. Enjoy tonight. It was good while it lasted. And then move on and keep working at it from there.
Oh, 100% you enjoyed tonight, but then you're right. Next week, look at Akami, prepare a bit differently. I mean, but they've been flawless. I mean, besides losing that map on Clubhouse to LFO, it's been an amazing season. They've got the job done against all those teams that, well, okay, maybe you're right. They're on the more lower half of the standings. There's still teams you're going to have to deal with. Everyone has to play each other. So they're only beating the teams that's in front of them. You can't fault them for that. And as I said, the destiny is going to be in their hands going into these next few weeks where it might just get a bit tougher.
Yeah, and on the flip side, it's been a tough road for Kanga so far and a long way to go still. I mean, I think everyone's hoping that we can finally see them turn up.
Well, we've got our next interviewee ready. He's convinced his teammate that he lives on his farm. He is Spruce from Kanga Esports.
Hello, boys.
Welcome, Spruce. Love the hat.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Unfortunate night tonight. How are you guys feeling, I guess, as a team after that?
Oh, yeah. Look, it was a bit of a going out with a bang, for old Wanny boy. He's going to the retirement village. Tip my hat to him. So, new lineup next week. Another 7-0, hopefully. I mean, of the way around. Yeah. Yeah.
I love the optimism. Wayne Man, yeah, been a great showing so far in his career through Challenge League, earning his way in Pro League. So hats off to Wayne. Wish him all the best. Yep, very much an OG. Yeah. Wish him the best. Look, mate, what's got to change? You guys have had some really tough games so far, not just in the results, but also you've been versing the creme of the crop here in Oceania. Is it going to get easier from here?
I hope so, eh? What do you want from me? Ferox, yeah, they're all right, Played with them a couple of times. Who's after that? LFO, yeah, they're all right teams. They should be a little bit easier than what we've been versing, and hopefully a little roster shake-up can get everyone's balls tingling again, so working hard.
I'll just ask a bit more of a serious question here, Spruce, but what's with the theme park pick tonight? Have you guys been playing it in scrims? Considering the fact that Wildcard have played it twice this season, you guys haven't played it at all. I'm interested to hear your thoughts there.
I was just trying to get into their heads, They haven't seen us on the map. They can't counter-strat us, so... No, we had no idea. We just picked it for fun. That was actually the real... Well, hey, it's a nice map. New reskin, give it a bit of exposure for the man who made it,
Yeah, no, 100%. Look, I'll let you go. I know you've got the cows to milk, so I won't keep you hanging.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. They've been tended to. Don't you worry.
Alrighty, thanks, Bruce. Look, I mean, I've obviously I'm still pretty new here, yeah, Dev, but Spruce is a character, and so Wayne Man as well, retiring apparently.
Yeah, sounds like it. I mean, hats off to Wayne. Grinded his way up here through Challenger League. Played at LAN last year as well at Six Masters. Hats off to him. And Spruce, I mean, there are no words to describe Spruce. He is a jewel that we are fortunate to possess here in the Rainbow Six scene in Oceania.
Without a doubt, we are going to go to a break. When we come back on the other side, it's going to be our next series for the night, Akami versus Sinister.
Attackers recovered the bomb. Defender is approaching a kill zone. Defender exposed. Attackers drop the bomb. Attackers are activating the defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awakened, quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awakened, quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. stick around just for some be visible. But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. What I might know, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be.
We had a bit of a one-way affair in favor of Wildcard for our first series, but this one coming up between Akami and Sinister, Dev, Marta, I do believe will be a lot closer.
I hope so. It should be on paper. And yeah, Sinister Akami, two strong teams vying for that fourth spot or potentially beyond. In contrast, you know, Kanga Wildcard was the top team versus the bottom team. Spruce and the boys gave it their best. It was Wayne Man's send-off. That was fun. We're done with that. On to the serious business now.
Yeah, send off in a blaze of glory, going out on their own terms. Of course, for those at home, you got the socials down below. Get involved. We got the poll vote, which 69% of people were correct with their prediction of Wildcard taking that series. It was a little bit thought, but I'm actually very eager to see this poll vote for Akami versus Sinister, because last night we had a very close one. Dev, I think this one might be even closer.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, we've seen a lot of overtimes from both of these teams in the Six Masters so far. Sinister, like you mentioned, Elevate close games. Knights close games as well, even against Wildcard. Akami, I mean, Ferox was 2 overtime maps. LFO was super close as well. Even these guys got pushed a bit by Kanga. So I totally think that Akami and Sinister are a good match, a very close match. I could definitely see a trade of maps here. Akami is the one on the upper hand. Sinister vying from behind, though, in terms of the standings.
Yeah, and I think for Akami's sake coming into this, they have, as you said, been into a couple of overtimes now, and I think they're going to want to try and turn their fortunes around. And it was what, Ferox 6-8, LFO 7-8, as we bring up their lineup. I would say if they can just turn their fortunes around that little bit, win a couple more of those 50-50 rounds, you give them a big chance here against Sinister. Clean things up. As you said, a lot of overtimes. 3 out of their last 3 maps have been in overtime. So, and considering how close we expect this series to go, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have 1 or 2 overtimes tonight.
Totally. I'd love to see it. Love to see a close map. And in fact, we do have quite a few of the strong maps for these teams are good for both teams. So I'm really hoping that we get to see 2 maps which are strong picks for both teams, and they're really close. For Akami, you want to be keeping your eye on It Be Style, one of their primary entry fraggers. This man's always looking to make a play. So keep your eye on him when he's down for a flank or a cheeky little entry, and you won't be disappointed.
Over to Sinister, though, they've had a rough start in terms of the teams that they have played against. Elevate, Knights, Wildcard. They've really started at the high end, and now I guess they're going to slowly start working their way to the bottom end of the standings in terms of teams that they haven't played yet. Not really necessarily starting with Akami just yet, but this is going to be a big opportunity for them. They've played well against the likes of Knights and Elevate, obviously struggled against Wildcard, but who has... They have got a massive potential here to 2-0 or get 0-2'd or a draw. Anything can happen.
And you mentioned these guys playing against Wildcard. That was actually a really close game, and Sinister was very much close, and it was on the cards for them to take that one. Since then, they versed Elevate, which is the other team really up there against them at the moment. They managed to steal a map away from Elevate as well. It was Elevate's map pick on Border, so it's very much close matched teams. Sinister, a team for a long time that had some really deep underlying issues to do with their chemistry, and they made a few roster changes. They brought on the young gun of Molosca and Vinny, an experienced player formerly from the Elevate roster, and with this new layout for Sinister, they have looked really well, and I've been really impressed by them. I think this is their chance.
As we go into the map vetoes, one of the most banned maps for Sinister this season has been Consulate, the one after that, Theme Park. So What do you take out of the history from these two teams in terms of their picks and bans so far this season? I kind of get a sense that, Akami don't mind too much whether or not they're playing really any map just about, besides maybe Theme Park, which they have banned out the most.
Yeah, well, that's what I've got, an insta-ban from them so far in Six Masters. They banned it all 3 times, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that trend continue. And it is a risk for Akami here, because if they do leave Theme Park in there, Sinister is liable to pick it, as they did against Wildcard. For Sinister, I wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of one of TBD's good maps. Tough to say exactly which one that would be. Last time these two guys played each other in January, TBD won on Coastline, so maybe get rid of that one, but who knows? Let's roll up the first 2 bans, and Clubhouse banned by Okami, and Sinister get rid of Consulate, leaving Theme Park on the board, Xenox.
Surprise, surprise, Consulate ban from Sinister. Surprising no one there. I think the Clubhouse ban, though, from Akami is actually a bit of a surprise, considering they haven't picked it or banned it this season. They've only played it once, which was against Ferox actually last week, so I guess just not wanting to deal with the things from Sinister, I guess. But yeah, look, a lot on the board here for probably both teams in terms of getting what they would feel comfortable on.
I think going into tonight, Sinister might have expected this Clubhouse ban. It is one of their best maps. They're currently a 6 wins and 1 loss record. They won Knights just 2 weeks ago. They lost it to Wildcard in a close 4-7 the week prior to that. And before that, they were actually undefeated for a really long time. There's lots of VODs on them, but Akami, they've played it just the once. You mentioned Ferox game, and since then, like they haven't played it since January, aside from that. So nice ban from Akami. And as you mentioned, Sinister, they always ban Consulate. Let's see the picks. Villa, a great map for both teams, and Cafe, a mixed result for both teams. This should get really good. This is going to be tight.
Yeah, a very interesting pick here. Akami figuring out the Villa. They did play it once so far this season against LFO 7-8, one of their overtime games, one of their many overtime games. So obviously feeling like they can be comfortable on that map, and maybe Sinister haven't been playing it too much in scrims. They certainly haven't played it this season of Six Masters. And then the Cafe pick for Sinister is interesting too, because Akami have been playing really well on Cafe, and yet only once played this season from Sinister, which was their loss against Elevate last week.
Yeah, so for Sinister's perspective, this Cafe pick, right, they've got a lot of VODs on Akami, the 7-4 that they had against LFO, the 8-6 against Kanga. And for Sinister, there is that VOD of them playing it against Elevate, but if they've knuckled down since last week, they could definitely fix things up. And that was a 7-5, so they took Elevate really close as well. As for the Villa pick from TBD, this is one I'm super excited for. It's statistically a really strong map for both of these teams. That said, Sinister hasn't played it in 2 months, so a lot of VODs hidden. And Akami, when they recently played it against LFO, they lost it in a grueling 15-round 7-8, which was nuts. And up until that point, they were undefeated. So, I mean, I'm just so excited for Villa in particular, because I think this has the potential to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, that was actually the only time we've seen Villa this season. That was the only game, and well, it gave us a pretty good one, 7-8. You mentioned bloodbath. We mentioned so far that these two teams considered very equal footing going into these sort of maps. I mean, in terms of just your own prediction, after now seeing the map pick ban phase, how do you feel this series is going to play out? I can't see anything but a draw here. But in terms of who wins what map, you can't split them. No,
it could totally go either way. Both of these maps, definitely a 50-50 chance from me here, Zonox. This is going to be a tight one.
Let's have a look at what you guys at home think in the poll vote. Do you think it's 50-50 as well? Just about 45% thinking Sinister going to come out on top, 20% for the draw, 35% thinking Okami. So look, not as close as last night, but still very, very close in terms of the poll vote.
Yeah, and hey, I'm actually a bit surprised to see the popularity vote go in the way of Sinister, because these two teams played each other in Pro League just last season. Akami won both of those maps 7-3 on Coastline and Villa. So, I don't know, a bit of favoritism maybe to Sinister due to having that fan base, popular American organization supporting them, whereas Akami, a bit of a lesser known brand. I think that the safe bet here would be Okami, just edging out. But I think what's most likely is we're going to see the draw. And hey, I would love to be proved wrong here. There's a lot of potential for both of these teams on these maps.
It certainly is. And I mean, I've already kind of said it here, obviously, that I think it's going to be a draw. I mean, that's my sort of prediction going into this series, especially after seeing those map picks too, that kind of just get that feeling maybe that Akami on Villa are going to feel comfortable enough that they've maybe learnt their lesson a little bit from that LFO series. They've got that VOD that they can watch over at, practice it, and that should get them the job done there. As I said, I can't split them here going into this series.
Yeah, no, tough one to call. But if we want to break down the maps a little bit further, I mean, heading to Villa first up, I mentioned how Sinister haven't played that in 2 months, and prior they beat Ferox, they beat Kanga and Knights in the Pro League last season on that map. That's a few VODs for Akami to go over, but there's a 2 months old. So almost maybe not even worth dwelling too much on, because Sinister could have really changed and reworked a lot of their strategies and playstyles on that map. As for TBD, they were undefeated on it. They beat some really strong, heavy-hitting teams, including Sinister, including Wildcard, and even Fnatic on Villa. So Akami, Villa was their playground up until they lost it against LFO just 2 weeks ago. And that does mean there's quite a lot of VODs of Akami that Sinister can get behind. So on paper, this is a really good map for Akami, but if Sinister has done their homework, there are definitely weaknesses they can exploit here on Akami's own map pick.
And of course for Cafe as well, I mean, if you're picking it in it as well, regardless of the results that Akami have had. So I think it comes down to this Villa. This Villa map is going to set the tone for the series from the get-go. Sinister versus Akami, map pick, Akami, we go into Villa first up, and we'll see whether or not they can respond on their own map pick here.
This was Akami's home turf for such a long time until they were met with a grueling 15-round series, which they lost to LFO, and now against Sinister. Likely to be a close one.
I hope it's going to be a close one. If it's not a close one, then I'll be disappointed. A little bit surprised as well, right? Especially after the series that we just had prior between Kangaroo and Wildcard. As we are back here, you can see our lovely faces. I do apologize that you have to look at us for a little bit longer, but going from a series that was so one-sided in every single way to a series where a lot of people are expecting this to go to that draw territory where it could go either way. You know, we mentioned Villa, Cafe. I think just touching back on what I was going to mention and maybe a bit more about Cafe is that Akami have actually played more Cafe than Sinister this season. So it really puts a lot of emphasis onto how Sinister kind of begin their attack here on Villa, or just playing on Villa. Because if they don't win this Villa, I think then Akami are going to feel very confident going into Cafe, maybe more than Sinister are confident going into Villa.
Yeah, it's a toughie, and I think a lot of this requires speculation from us about what these teams have been doing and behind the scenes to prepare for this. I think if I'm Sinister right now, I could have predicted that TBD would pick Villa. It is, on paper, TBD's best maps. That result goes back quite a long way. And expecting that Sinister wouldn't get to play Clubhouse because, I mean, at TBD, probably not as favored in that one. I can totally see Sinister expecting this to be picked out by TBD. So I think Sinister going into this, it should be pretty easy to predict they're going to play Villa, which means they're going to have spent all week at least practicing it, counter-voting for... I keep saying TBD. It's Akami. I'm sorry. It's because in my spreadsheet, I updated the name Akami, but not the logo. So I've still got the TBD logo in here. And I'm sorry, I apologize. Bad dev. I think Sinister totally expect to be going to Villa here, and that gives them a huge advantage because they could have been practicing counter-stratting Akami all this time. Which means that while on paper this is a great map for Akami, there's a huge potential for an upset from Sin.
And it almost is a bit of a contrast to Wildcard picking Coastline in our first series that we had earlier tonight, where you think Wildcard probably went into that and were ready for Coastline, whereas maybe Kanga weren't quite as ready for it, and whether that sort of bodes the same way here in this Villa pick. And it's, I mean, we're speaking about it a lot because at the end of the day, it is actually only the second time that we're going to be seeing it here this season of Six Masters. The first time being that 7-8 battle against LFO, which could have easily gone either way. And I think you could say that for a lot of Akami's games over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. In fact, what overtime on Cafe against Kanga, overtime against LFO on Villa, overtime against Ferox on Clubhouse, and then again on Coastline. So it's just been a non-stop grueling ride for Akami these days. They aren't really, aren't getting through a series without really getting pushed. They have gotten that 2-0 against Kanga, and that's the only 2-0 they got so far. Other than that, it's all the 1-1s. So, I mean, in contrast, Sinister, they got the loss against Wildcard, the 2-0 against Knights, and then the trade of maps against Elevate. Ends up with these guys on the same scoreline because they've both won 3 maps. Oh, wait, no, sorry. TBD, Akami, rather, have won an extra map. So, I'm just going to keep saying TBD instead of Akami. I apologize.
No, you know, I believe in you. You can say it, Dave.
All right. Thank you, mate. Well, Sinister are the one fighting from behind here, fighting from lower on the standings. And if they can take the 2 maps here, that will leapfrog them above Okami. Put them, if I'm not wrong, in 3rd place on the standings.
One of my notes that I've got here as well for Sinister is they like to play, apparently, a different map every series. They've played every map now, if we count Villa. Obviously, they haven't played it yet, but they're going to. Except for Consulate, which they just keep insta-banning. So, I mean, I don't know if that just says they've got a really good map pool minus Consulate, or it just so happens that they're getting something a bit different every week. I'm not sure about that with Sinister. We'll have to ask them later, but it does say a little bit about their Consulate and how they do feel on that, and it's an insta-ban for a reason.
Must be. Not much info. They haven't played it since March on my stats. And even that, it was a game against Bazaar, which is not a pro-level team. They were playing in the LPL Pro Division, which is quite a different kind of scenario. Consulate, not something I expect to see from Sinister. So if you're going into this game, I think both teams should have been able to predict this ban phase. And that means both these teams probably would have predicted what maps were going to, which means they could have spent all week preparing. So I think this game is going to be, it's not like Spruce was saying about the first series, where it's like, we felt like playing Theme Park, so we picked it. No, this is totally the culmination of weeks of practice and counter voting and stratting out specifically for this matchup, for these maps. And I think that's going to prove to be quite a show.
Try to bring the, I guess, maybe the topic away from the maps just for a moment, but moving forward to maybe some predictions on the ban phase coming up onto Villa, because Akami's operator ban phase has been Ying and Mira. Literally their last 4 ban phases, they haven't diverted at all. And going into Villa, considering they've already banned Ying and Mira last time that they played Villa, do we expect the same here again? I can't see why they would change it now.
Unless if Sinister has unless if Akami think Sinister have like a really specific operator that is a crutch for them and they want to ban that out, I expect that you're right and Akami is just going to get rid of the Ying and Mira like they did against LFO. But it's pretty difficult for Akami to be looking for things to counterban against Sinister when they haven't played this map in 2 months. And if you do go back and look at the VODs that are over 2 months old, try to counterban for those, there's no guarantee that the Sinister you're playing against today is going to be anything like that Sinister you played then. There's even been a roster change with Derpe on instead of Luna. So for TBD, probably just going to be those simple bans. For Sinister, who knows? Because they haven't played this map in forever. It could just be an operator that they like to ban outside of that.
Thatcher.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to do a trivia on what operator's going to get banned, it's always a safe bet to just say Thatcher.
Yeah. I mean, for this season especially, like, I think you'd be very comfortable if you're like Ying, Mira, Thatcher, Echo, or something like that as your 4, I guess, in total. But we should be heading back into the game very, very shortly. Appreciate you all sticking around and listening to Dev call Akami TBD about 6 times.
So TBD coming into this game. Oh, sorry. That was too far, Xenox. Okay, I'm sorry. I think. Hey, don't leave me again, please. Don't leave me again. All right, Thatcher ban from Sinister, Ying ban from Akami. Everything going to plan so far. Likely going to see the Mira ban here from Akami. And for Sinister, I wouldn't be surprised to see them get rid of the Clash. It's something that we saw LFO counterban against TBD, specifically Mangoes, who's a really good Clash player. So, they lock it in nice and quick. Surely it's that Clash. There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Perfect. We
You
just
redeemed yourself, Dev.
Thanks, mate. We just did a 100% prediction of this band phase. Can we just do like an ISO high five?
I know.
Ready?
So I was gonna say just like a pat on the back. We can just pat each other on the back, but
okay.
you know I can just
Alright,
randomly
alright.
put my hand into the air, I guess, and
Yeah,
digitally
yeah,
high
let's
five
do
you.
that. Yep. No,
Yeah,
I just
okay,
high fived
let's-
my monitor. So a bit more context for
let's
that
start this
Clash
off
band.
though.
Right,
go on,
yeah,
you
okay.
go on.
I'll talk the Clash. So Mango's on defense. He's kind of known for it on this map. Nice way to get that out of the way. It's a really good operator, can force some choke points nicely, especially if Sinister decide to bring that Montaigne that we've seen Fisher experiment with every now and then. But nonetheless, that'll be for the second half because Sinister start on the defense here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Akami, not TBD. I'm going to be starting on the attack then, of course. So this is their map pick. This is something that they've played more recently than Sinister. Coming into the attacking phase, you've got to feel confident, and I guess this is where you go to the playbook and think, what have we got written up here for our attack? Watch to the VODs, how we were playing against LFO, things we can maybe change, tweak, and potentially surprise Sinister.
10 seconds left.
Bringing that Hibana as the exclusive hard breach. No Maverick, no Thermite. No wall denial, in fact, at all from Sinister. A bit funny thinking that you've banned out the Thatcher and yet you're not going to bring even a Mute. No Mute, no Qayyid, no Bandit. So despite that Thatcher ban being there, it's not going to be super relevant for Akami for opening up these walls. And that Thatcher ban for Sinister, you think must be simply to enable these ADSs, Wamais, and Maestros, the Evil Eye cameras. I think it is a bit of a missed opportunity though from Sinister. Could have just brought one wall denial operator, just force Akami to go that extra length.
I'm very intrigued to see how this is going to play out, though. We haven't got a whole lot of Villa this season. Keep touching on it, but does mean to, I guess, in some cases at times, maybe expect the unexpected. Hippie style, the entry fragger for Akami. Just going to try and see what we can find from the veranda. This is decent, though. 2 minutes, already pretty close proximity to the bomb site as well. We can have so much time to just try and clear everything out. Take out these cameras as well. Potentially, I think, also trying to get rid of those potential Valkyrie cameras in the bookcase.
That's super good time management. I think that explosive on the bookcase was to take out a Evil Eye. Look at this. Time efficiency is insane from Akami. Half the round gone. They've already opened up some angles towards Bard and eliminate that position. Fisher guy does find that first kill, though, and that's all the hard reach you're going to get.
Well, time was looking good for them. And push was looking good for them. Fortunately, though, losing Mango's Joker still holding a very similar position as to what he was 40, 50 seconds ago means that Sinister have at least just held firm, haven't panicked. Playing on-site defensive.
Air jab ready.
Air jab sent out from Cutie and then going to repel away. Hippie style is the closest. Hippie style's in a position to maybe just find someone from Sinister who rotates through the bomb site.
These Hibana holes that have been created are not entryways. Just little holes that Akami can use, but it does make it difficult. If they want to get onto site, they're still going to have to funnel through those doorways. 30 seconds left, still a 4-on-5. Sinister have a lot of very strong positions. Cutie was the man to try and go for the flank, but he's shut down. If his style finds an entrance onto the bomb site, and it might be the end of the road. Another one for Joker peeking on in. He finds it. But Nico gets another. All on Joker now. All right, 2K. Gotta find two more. Peeking around,
Just sit
can't get
still
that
if he
last one.
wants. Yeah, no, this wasn't going to happen. Didn't have the diffuser. And there was almost no reason for Sinister to really push out. Interesting round, though, to start off. Both at various points showing proficiency here. Good start, quick push from Akami. But then that stall. Not a lot of movement either on the star. In the end, that worked out well. You got to think the Hibana opening up those positions and the sight lines, but Sinister not playing into that, not really rotating on site, not moving a lot, made it a lot harder for Akami to find early picks.
Losing that Hibana was pretty crucial there, not having an avenue to actually enter the bomb site. Plus a good hold from Nico with 2 kills.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And now that's a rotate back to move up the bomb site. Bring that mute here. To try and deny these walls. Cade and mute, in fact, with that Thatcher ban, this should be quite difficult. In fact, if Sinister chucks some mute jammer static on this wall, likely we'll see Jack Daddy go downstairs, take control, and destroy the mute jammer, but then you still have the opportunity for Vinny to Kaid trick, as it's known, where you throw that Kaid device onto the wall as soon as the Hibana pellets are deployed.
10 seconds remaining.
And that electrical should activate before the Hibana pellets detonate.
5 seconds to go.
In fact, quite a bit of presence downstairs here. Valkyrie cameras as well to enable this roam from Sinister. I don't want to give it up without a fight.
We didn't really see Sinister playing too aggressive in the first round, pushing out. Opened up a few different angles, but for the most part, roaming-wise, it was kept close to the bomb site. Expect to see probably something similar here again. And Akami, considering how quick they were able to sort of collapse around the site, 2-minute mark roughly at that time. Not sure if that's going to happen here again though. So adapt and change is going to have to be the way for Akami in the second round. Pushing potentially a little bit slower, but be a bit more cautious. Jacked out on that first floor, as he said, trying to take out the mute jammer.
He's really enabling his teammates here to drone up ahead and take control. It's not just a mute jammer, but some other kind of utility there as well. Might have been a Wamai disc. But Jack also has to be cautious of these roamers on the first floor. And the basement, of course. He spots out that player rotating on the bomb site. Joker makes an entrance here, takes out that mute jammer. Now his teammates can drone ahead as he's cautious of the angles towards landing. Mangoes also makes a rotation to take control of the master bedroom. Likely to open up angles into the A bomb site, but he's got Molosca to deal with. There's a lot of presence still.
Attackers recovered the
But Sinister have actually vacated the ground floor. There's just Nico roaming all the way down at the bottom. The rest of them are on site. Molosca gets droned out and he relocates, but still going to hold on to Master as long as possible. As the rest of Akami do start to make their way along from the south side of the map.
attackers have
A lot more to
located
clear
bombs.
out this round as well for Akami compared to the first round. That's why it's taking them a bit longer here to get towards the bomb site. They're here now though. Ippy start or spots the gun. It should be an easy kill. Just wants to find the extra bit of angle. Does get Fisho Guy. This is different to what we saw in round one though. Akami get the opening frag this time. About a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock compared to that first round, but it's working better this round. So even though there's only 40 seconds left, they're going to be happy with the way this is playing out. Miloska through the softball, takes a bit of damage, has a small hole. But it's not enough to find a frag queue to get just a double kill from the window onto Miloska and Vincio as they were both rotating on site, and Akami have played this extremely well. Start to finish, they're going to be able to tie things up 1-1.
Activating the diffuser.
How many can Nico take with him, I wonder? His roam downstairs proved to be ineffective, as funnily enough, Sinister didn't, oh sorry, rather Akami didn't try to take that downstairs control right underneath him. There's a nice shot onto Itby, but fully flashed. Itby says nice shot, but Akami won't let him live for long. That's Jack Dad. Good round for Akami, came out of nowhere, but it just goes to show taking control of that study, moving in from 90 hallway and finding picks onto these players on site really does enable an opening, and that coupled with Cutie playing on the Astro window, cutting off anyone inside of Astro, trying to rotate back onto site. Spell death for Sinister on that defense, and they won't dwell too hard on it. They'll move on to Kitchen Trophy. Keep rotating these bomb sites. Pardon me, Kitchen Dining Room.
I mean, you could put your trophy cabinet in the dining room if you want.
You could, but it would be a bit confusing since there's already another bomb site with a trophy room.
Big speak Valkyrie for Tepe. Instead of the Maestro.
attackers need to locate and defuse as
The thing
many
about the
bombs as
Valkyrie
they
is
can.
Jack Daddy is really good at using that IQ scanner to locate utility and take it out. He's very thorough. Spends a lot of the first half of the round with that electronics detector out. So hopefully if Jack's doing his job, he'll be able to spot out these Valk cams and they'll prove to be ineffective. But for
Bombs
Sinister,
located by attackers.
it's really about not just the information gathering, but the information denial, the mute and the Mozzie and the castle, all of which help to deny information and slow down the attackers.
10 seconds to go.
I'm not surprised though over the first 2
5 seconds
rounds,
to
considering how we predicted this series to go. But would you
Attackers
say that for
detected.
Sinister, this is more important that they win Villa? That to give them that chance going into Cafe? Obviously, where I feel like maybe they got a less of an advantage, right? You kind of feel like on Villa, Akami have got that just slightly more advantageous map prowess, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Tough call. I thought this was a strong map for both teams, but Sinister hadn't played it as much. And that means they've got the VODs to watch of Akami, and surely that'll help them out. In terms of stakes, though, going into Cafe, bit of rocky territory for both teams. They've had mixed performances. I feel like Sinister definitely has a possibility here to take Akami's map pick of Villa, and that's huge because as soon as you take the opponent's map pick, opens you up to get that 2-0. Just got to clinch out your own map pick.
And it's great for the team morale as well, going into that next map. The other thing as well, when you have a best of 2 series, when you win that first map, you know in the back of your mind, we can't lose this series at least. Worst case, they take the second map and it all just goes squared 1-1. You can play with that extra bit of confidence and freedom in that second map. Cutie's got to be careful in this window. Gets tagged up just a little bit. A minute and a half remaining in this 3rd round now. Kami have looked decent at times on attack. But so is Sinister on defense. And both continuing to live up to the bill for this fight, this battle between these 2 teams. It's quite even.
All the players from Sinister who were holding on to that top floor, they jumped down. Over half the round taken away. Took Kami quite a long time to clear that. And Fisher guy downstairs in Memorial. Molluska all the way on the bottom floor on a roam. But there is a possibility here for Fisher, Derp, and Nico to get C4 kills through the floor. Joker droning on in. We'll look to Jack Daddy to try to suppress any of the information gathering from Sinister and ensure that those C4s don't connect. But it does, and that's Derpe. One under Style, some good utility lost, and one of the key entry fraggers for Okami.
Yeah, exactly. AP Style's been the man that's been opening up a lot of the, well, entries for Okami, pushing in first. Down that opening frag at the last round. Not having your entry fragger, but just also now being at a disadvantage with only 25 seconds remaining. Not a lot of control on that first floor either below them. It's going to have to be either drop down or a quick jump out the window, go down to the first floor. Flashbang from Joker is able to get Nico though. Fisher guy was also taken out by Mangoes above. Now onto the site goes Joker. This is not bad at all from Akami, even in the dying seconds as they look to clinch it. 2 versus 2. Derpe and Vince though were able to at least get trade backs. 2 seconds. Got to stick to plant though, does Mangoes. Jack Dad gets Vince. He's going to find another one onto Derpe. Last second reprieve for Akami. They win the 3rd round. Oh, in the jaws of defeat.
Was that a 4v5 with 20 seconds left? And just some huge kills from Akami, one after the other. And not to mention Jack Daddy right at the end there to find the last 2 while Mangoes was planting. Fantastic stuff to see coming out from Akami. That's going to keep Sinister guessing here, and they'll move straight back onto Aviator Games, that bomb site that they won in the very first round and haven't seen victory since then. Akami just seemed to be too good, even in the most dire of circumstances.
A lot of that, though, goes to Joker pushing in, playing that entry fragger role that usually Ippy style probably is going to generally do, at least for the rest of this series. Finds 2 kills early on. Mangoes was able to get 1 too, and then that just opens the door right up for Akami. Evens things, even though there was a couple of trade backs from Sinister. Still, 25 seconds, a 4v5. Sinister have been playing well on defense, and you kind of back them in, I guess, with that time remaining. time and time again, we see it. Sometimes you leave things to the last second. It can still work. It's, as long as you hit your shots, win those 1v1s, win those duels, pre-fire a couple of corners, get maybe a little bit lucky, and the round can still be yours. And Akami show that. Never give up, even towards the end, no matter how a round is looking.
For Sinister, that's the second time we've seen them really try to push this deep roamer strategy, and the second time it's been completely ineffective. On their stat and trophy defense, they had Nico hanging out all the way on the bottom floor ready for a flank, and the site cleared and he was left alone to clutch. And that round we had Molluska hanging out all the way downstairs, and he's still yet to find a frag in this map. Ineffective so far, but of course, if we recall back, Sinister did win this Aviator Games Room defense fairly convincingly. They found the first pick onto the hard breacher, and well, Akami ended up just funneling through these choke points. After some successful attacks onto the other bomb sites, I think Akami is ready to give this bomb site another crack.
When you say that, I mean, yeah, they won the round, but Akami didn't look horrible either on Aviator and Games. They were very quick to clear a lot of the rooms around the bomb sites, get to decent position, but they lost those essential duels. Lost too many players. Ended up stalling from about the 2-minute mark to about the minute 10 mark, and by which point Sinister were able to find a couple of frags. And I think that was the round that Habana died too. Well, there is no Habana in this round either, so I guess need it the first time, won't need it the second time.
I think the substitution here for the Thermite's a nice one, but be careful. That Thermite is vulnerable to C4s and impact tricks as well, even more so than the Habana. But Akami has made great progress so far, clearing out that position top brown where we saw Vinny attempted to play. His Lamai Magnets didn't save his shield. Is there going to be an impact trick here? There is. Great job from Sinister to deny that hard breach. There's only one Thermite charge left. On the other side is Derpe trying to impact trick it, and he gets it again. That's all the hard breach denied. Sinister working so nicely, and off the back of that, Akami trying to find an entry, but two fall. 1 minute left. Akami can't get a grip.
It's almost a replica of that very first round. Havana couldn't get any breach off either, and this time Mango's on the Thermite, gets tricked twice and cannot open anything up. This forces Joker, Jack Dad, Cutie now to funnel through these doorways, which are going to be watched. 4 members of Sinister remaining. Jack Dad, little red stairs, but just to his left is one. Needs to speed it up though. Only 35 seconds remaining. He can get this one though, surely. No. Oh, changed his angle at the last second. That was less than ideal. Molluska gets Jack Dad, but Joker got Vince. 2 versus 3. Joker's low though. He around to the right-hand side. Cutie's going to finish off Molluska after Joker did most of the damage. 20 seconds. Now it's a 2 versus 2.
Clutchable, but not if Dirtbear has something to say about it. He's been the man of the hour. This round, it's a 1v1. Cutie versus Derp, and he's going to run away. Maybe use the Evil Eyes to deny this plant. All on Cutie. Let's try to force this down. The Evil Eye, can it save the round? Indeed, it's going to make it happen. No way Cutie can do this. He's got information. He's got to stick this plant for the 7 seconds, but the Nomad charge might clutch it out. No way.
May or may not, but it just gives Cutie an opportunity. Both so very low, just sitting behind the bar. Cutie wins it. Are you serious? What a round win for Akami. Oh. My God.
He stuck a 7-second plant while the timer was at 0-0. Derpe, he wasn't confident that he could find the angle with the Evil Eye. I feel like maybe if he's stuck on the camera there, he could have denied the plant using the laser, but he thought he would be better off just pushing up. And if only it wasn't for that air jab, that 100% was a Sinister win.
Just horrible timing as well. And it's not like it was an immediate win though. Cutie still had to do the job thereafter, but it just at least gave him that opportunity. 3-1 now on the scoreline, and yet this has been extraordinarily close in these games, both ways, back and forth. I mean, the first round itself could have even gone Akami's way. So since Sinister need to make sure they don't lose their head after a round loss like that, they've got to just keep believing in themselves, draw one back, make it 3-2, then try and tie the half up 3-3. That's their goal now. 3-3 at the half's not so bad here on Villa, considering the lack of playtime, at least in the competitive environment.
But it's just gotta hurt after losing a round within reach like that. You've got to feel huge for Cutie right now as well. Sticking that plant and those air jabs working wonders. He also won it with the pistol in the end. And that pistol, the Magnum with the ACOG on it, it's so hard in those close range engagements and there's so much recoil. It just bounces all over the place. The Cutie stuck it. He had that confidence and it worked out. So that's really going to give Akami a confidence booster here going into this next bomb site. In fact, it's a repeat of Aviator Games. Sinister, they've won it once. They just lost it on a clutch. Surely they can make it happen.
I think this is the wise decision, though. You don't really gain too much information in terms of, you know, losing the round like that in that sort of fashion, in the sort of clutch scenario down to the final moments, final plays. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad sign for them. They've already won a round on it as well. So it's a redo now for Sinister, make it 3-2, and just hope that they can be a little bit more clinical in the round. I mean, Akami still played from a deficit that round. It's not as if it was Akami's round to win and Sinister were playing from behind. Akami did lose a player early and then they had to do a lot to get back. Cutie finds Fisho Guy, and while that's actually one of the first times we see Akami now get that opening frag. Usually it's the other way around.
While it might look like on paper, Akami's actually doing really well. They've struggled with a lot of this utility. Eventually, finally, they do take out the shield. Really gave them some struggle clearing out those ADSs and 1 my charges, but they've already wasted 1 Hibana pellet on that 90 repel. Mango's tried to open up some angles on these west side walls near where Ippy Style is right now, but he failed. Akami just abandoned that thermite completely after it failed so miserably thanks to the impact trick in the previous round. Now they're going to try get these study walls open. That's one sizzling away. Last one left, trying to be put on the walls towards Bar from top brown. Jack Daddy removes the mute jammers, and Mango successfully gets these Hibana charges off.
And typically, the way that Sinister have been playing Aviator in games as well is usually just sitting on site. Not a lot of roaming, not really even just sort of running out of a room and peeking down the corridor, trying to find a frag. Cutie sitting on that window. Nico, though, does go down red stairs. Not sure what the plan is there. Probably just come back up immediately and does. But it does mean that numbers advantage as Akami look to push him. Oscar does get Cutie, though, who was still sitting on that window for quite a while. The run through Vince now gets Ippy Style. I'll take it all back. Now they've made their push. They've elected, instead of sitting back, let's be on the offense and be a bit aggressive here. Maybe catch Akami off guard. Maybe catch them sleeping. It's worked 4 versus 1. Only Jack Dad remains. Well, that just turned in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Vinny was nuts there. 3K. Retaking study as soon as he'd taken out that player of the Ash peeking onto him. Really great work, not just from him, but Sinister as a whole. What we missed off camera was Molosca pushing up towards 90 to take on Cutie. A really difficult engagement to win. It might have been that he timed it with Cutie repelling in the window, so he had that sound cue and knew where to pre-fire, but that was just the start of things getting the ball rolling for Sinister. And thankfully, they do make this scoreline a bit closer and save themselves the embarrassment of that previous clutch from Cutie.
Is it
One
really
more
that
round on the
embarrassing, though?
defense.
I don't think it was
It was.
embarrassing. It was just a really, really good clutch from Cutie.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Chance, though, to make this 3-3 for Sinister back on the cards after winning that round. And for Akami, even if it does go 3-3 Dev, I don't think they would be too upset. It's been close. Some rounds just went their way. You know, of course, the Cutie clutch. If it does end up 3-3 here, I think for their sake, attacking-wise, they're probably still happy going into the half.
Extension from Sinister here once again. Putting reinforcements and mute jammers over towards the study side and Aviator and Games. Mute jammers here to prevent any droning at the top
Attackers are
ground
moving out to
stairs.
locate a bomb
Mollusca
and
putting an ADS to help any player who wants to hold inside of Aviator for a little while. Kami previously took control of this half of the map quite handily. Sinister fell back as soon as they felt the pressure. Perhaps they're going to hold on a little bit longer this time.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, it was the timing of the run from Vince that caught Kami off guard. It's not like Sinister have been playing super aggressively early on in these rounds. And I think that's what caught Kami off guard, caught them napping a little bit. Mangoes and Jack just clearing over from this east side of the A-bomb site. And that's the thing, it's the nature of the surprise factor too. If you only do it every now and then, or if you do it at a very strange time, you really can catch teams off.
Running out downstairs. Kami just trying to figure out the situation. Likely going to push in. Maybe Jack Dad.
Bomb located by attackers.
Drone gets away from Mangoes. Nice job. Kami actually mainly just leveraging this master bedroom push this time around. Got to be careful of the C4s, but Jack Daddy is downstairs, so no reason for Mangoes to be concerned about that for now. Jack Daddy spotted that electric claw, but struggling to shoot it. Has he finally got it yet? As soon as that goes down, Mangoes is likely to put it back on, but put the Hibana pellets on, but Vinny can try to trick this as well. It's a pretty easy trick to get off. He might even have a C4 as well. I think Jack's really struggling to shoot this electric claw.
Running out of time now as well, 1 minute remaining. It doesn't really mean too much though. I mean, Akami won one of their rounds, pushing in very late at the last second. This though does make it a bit more difficult, losing 2 players with a minute remaining. And make that a third one as Fisher Guy will be able to get Ippy style. Sinister. It was back and forth over the first 3 rounds, but these last couple definitely going their way for the most part. Minus just 1 cutie clutch. Sinister's last 3 rounds have been quite formidable on defense. 30 seconds left, and well, as we are going into the half after this round, Jack Dad, cutie, may as well just throw everything they got, throw the whole kitchen sink here at Sinister and have a crack and see if they can find something. Very unlikely though.
Yeah, tough spot for Q to be into. Player sitting in the
Bar.
bathtub. Who is that? Who's having a bath right now?
The attacker's bomb diffuser
Is
has
that
been
Mollusca?
dropped.
Is
10
that
seconds
Mollusca having a bath right there? It is.
It is.
He's going to find one. Vinny to close it out. But yeah, I mean, Mollusca is just showing why. I mean, that was a very clean play. Yeah, you know what I mean? Clean.
Hey man,
clean
when it's
to get-
bath time, it's bath time. Yeah, it's clean. Just trying to dry off cutie there. 3-3 though, and then look, going back to our pre-game discussion, this definitely backs up a lot of the stuff we were talking about in terms of how close these 2 teams are, how close Villa played out last time as well with LFO, that going 7-8, and the way that this is playing out right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar in terms of that sort of scoreline.
All right, Sinister on the attack now, and they've made a bit of a comeback here. Recomposing really well after that clutch against them that Cutie got. It didn't seem to phase them because they came straight back with 2 rounds. Akami on the flip side struggled with those last 2 attacks. On to stat trophy there, they couldn't deal with the plays from Sinister. I really like the reads we saw from Sinister on that defense. They knew that Jack Daddy, the IQ, was below trying to get rid of that electric claw. They sent 2 players to go hunt him. Not only did they find Jack, but they found Joker while it was happening. They also managed to retake the master bedroom too. But now we're even at the half, and it's Akami's turn to jump on the defense. The Frost, pretty unusual pick to many people, but I mean, it has its validity. And if you're trying to prevent people from jumping in windows without looking down to shoot the Frost mat, that's how you do it. You bring the Frost. And it just goes to show that Akami is really going to invest heavily in this master bedroom hold, more specifically in the closet itself. Mute jammers, Frost mats, a deployable shield. No doubt there's a few ADSs in there. In fact, all 3 ADSs, and with the Thatcher ban, that's going to be difficult to burn. Mangoes with the shotgun and the SMG-LF, and you couldn't really ask for a better kit to hold this position. And if anyone from Sinister just tries to jump in, they're going to have to shoot the frost mats before they try and shoot Mangoes.
It's like, what, 2 mute jammers, 2 frost mats, 3 ADSs. That is a lot of utility from the gadgets being used in that one room. But it does show the emphasis and the idea that Akami feel that is going to be a significant room to hold, and Mangoes can hold, and has a good sightline from there as well. Sinister sniffing around that position as well.
I'm sure what a lot of people would say is, why don't you just ignore this side of the map? Well, you can't. There's a heavy investment from the defense on the other side as well. Doing his best to waste these ADSs, this Molosca. Fisher guy could try to Ash charge these frost mats. Ooh, I think that'll get both of them right there. Very nice stuff, and indeed, both the frost mats are gone. Smart move from Sinister, clearing the utility very effectively. Milo's going to send his drone in. I wonder if that got the mute jammer with that Ash charge. It must have. I spotted Mangoes there, but a bit of a sitting duck at the moment. I think he's probably still got some ADSs to support him, but not a lot else.
I think there's there's 2 ADS left. Both mute jammers did get taken out. And as he called out, both of the frost mats too. Mangoes will sit there though with the shotgun, expecting at some point someone's going to want to push through here, and that shotgun up close. Never mind, SMG. Mangoes will get Fisho guy. Oh, just for a second, the peak from Mangoes. Nico's on 1 health. As close as I guess you can get to 1 health.
No. Derp gets caught in the frost mat. He gets another one as well, just with the finish there. Just Derp left bleeding out, and Vinny to clutch it. Oh, such a rough position, but Vinny finds one more. 1v2 essentially now, as Mangoes is injured.
May as well take the free kill while it's sitting there. Triple. Oh, just as soon as he peeks, he's gone to the position waiting for him. But that was a very chaotic round in a nutshell. Love the nice shot.
Yeah, NS, well deserved. It was a cool strat from Akami. Pretty well countered for the most part by Sinister in terms of clearing that utility. Got rid of the frost mats nicely. Notwithstanding Derp forgetting about that frost mat in bathroom. Bit of an oversight there. But aside from that, Fisho and Molosca did a pretty good job of clearing the utility in the closet, but the problem is they just still ended up just running into a man with a shotgun at close range, and you're not going to win that. And they didn't even try to refrag it directly. So, Akami's strategy working out.
And a decent round to win as well for Akami, considering Sinister had won the last 2 rounds prior. Turned things around momentum-wise after that QD clutch. So Akami don't allow Sinister to continue that snowball to roll on here on Villa. 3-4, they get an edge a little bit closer towards match point. I don't sense that they're going to want to go to another overtime here on Villa. They didn't work out for them last time, 7-8 against LFO.
5 seconds to go.
And for Sinister, obviously won't have to worry about the frost mats this time around. Different experience here. Move to Aviator and Games.
We might not have frost anymore. We've got the castle, which is still pretty unusual for this bomb site. Trying to, I suppose, just waste as much utility as possible. Also an extension all the way over towards the other bomb site that we typically see, Stat and Trophy. It be Style and Joker are going to play there for the most part. Castle barricade protecting the B bomb site from angles from Study. Where's that first Ash charge going off? I think that was on the... oh, okay, maybe not. I'm not sure where it was exactly. Looks like Nico is going to try to open up these walls. He finds the first kill, I suppose. That's Cutie gone down. A couple nades thrown up from below. Clear out some default positions. Shoot any electric claws on the wall.
similar to Akami's attack here, I guess. What we're seeing from Sinister, a lot of time just being spent trying to clear out these rooms and these gadgets and making sure that they can actually utilize the Hibana. Mango's, though, in an aggressive position, I think, on the Wamai, from what I can gather here.
Still struggling to actually get into study, though. They haven't cleared this position at top round. Nico finds another one. That's Jack gone down. So Wamai spotted on the stairs, and Nico's looking for that as well. Very much a vertical bottom-up take for Sinister, clearing that position at Brown without even having to destroy the shield, in fact. Vinny spots out how many ADSs there are on that shield. 2 ADSs. And Fisher Guy, no hesitation to push up. Sinister, while they haven't opened many avenues onto the bomb site, they've taken some great ground and are ready to start teaching these angles on the choke points.
Not just the ground, but obviously taking Cutie and Jack Dad away from this. So 5v3, just playing this very carefully. Don't want to lose any members. Nico takes a lot of damage without dealing any back. Mango's Joker and Ippy style just sit on site, they would, I guess, tried to buy as much time as possible, and while they've been able to achieve that, 20 seconds took Sinister a lot of time to clear all of these rooms out. Now they're going to make their push. They'll have the numbers advantage. That's going to pay out. They can send 2 in, try and trade 1 for 1. Fisher Guy gets Ippy style for free. Doesn't even lose his life for us. Molosca's going to go for plant. Joker gets Nico. That's all low. And think that from here on very little health, Mangoes isn't going to achieve much, and Vince picks up the double kill. Sinister get 1 back.
Yeah, right. That was explosive from Sinister. They didn't open up any angles onto the bomb site using Hibana pellets. I guess it didn't matter. They managed to file in through the choke points quite happily, and part of that was Nico finding those first 2 picks really helped the numbers advantage into those late rounds. Also, you would have seen how much droning Sinister did in the mid to late round to find out all of the positions of these Akami players. Really helped out in the latter half of pulling together some extra frags, finding those entries, exposing those anchors. And now we're pretty much even on the scoreline, 4-4. Akami need to start moving around these bomb sites and figuring out one that they can stick with. Might be Kitchen. And after this round, of course, they can retry that trophy defense that was successful earlier.
Well, we didn't exactly get a whole lot of close matches last night. 7-5 was the closest. Allophone Knights on Cafe. You said last night you were a bit of a betting man at times, Dev. I think we can both agree.
Not
this
literally.
Is likely to... no, not literally, but I'd bet that this one might just go a little bit closer than 7-5.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the overtime. But it does boil down to whether Akami can find more than one bomb site they can defend successfully. It is early days, of course, but their unorthodox strategy to defend the Aviator games just wasn't quite it. Sinister had a very well-organized attack, very efficient. For Akami, as we mentioned, moving over, and wow, Sinister have so much ground downstairs. This is essentially a rush here. But these castle barricades will force Sinister to telegraph their push by using utility to destroy them.
Bomb located by attackers.
Maybe Akami will be able to rotate based off of that information.
Aggressive from Vince there. Jeez. Just the door. He doesn't have the soul. Nice information
Good
found
info.
there from Jack Dad on the pulse. Yep. 2 minutes remaining, a lot of time. A lot of movement from both teams, in fact. Sinister playing this one a little bit differently this round, with Vince being super aggressive.
Nico flanking around downstairs, potentially to come up pantry. What is the play here for Sinister? Looking to get onto the bomb site nice and easy without clearing that top floor. Oh, Fisher is going to take a bit of damage from above and gets peeked from China. Good start from Joker. What is this setup from Akami? I'm just persistently confused by this. Nico pushing upstairs. There was a camera on him, but Mango still doesn't get the call apparently. And that's Nico just coming in and sprinting up past a default camera and still managed to clear top floor nice and easy.
Well, it hasn't been an easy round for either team. 1 minute left, 3v3. Jack Dad low. Drone out from Derpe. Another late drone. Some of the last D4 placed. Although Jack Dad now loses his target. There was someone who just ran by. Loses him for the time being. 43 seconds left. Sinister on the aggression. They're pushing away Cutie. Jack Dad, Joker. Seeing if they can find anyone that's roaming around. Although with only 30 seconds left, time for Sinister to probably head straight towards the bomb site shortly. Derpe does find Jack Dad down below.
Pushing in from Laundry now. 2 players trying to make an avenue onto the bomb site. Likely a mute jammer. Oh, surely not. The player in China looking the wrong way. Takes a bit of damage. Nico trying to close this one out. Milo fakes that plant. A C4 comes out, doesn't find its target. Nico has to cover.
Cutie.
It's all on him. And it's not going to happen. Akami just barely, thanks to Cutie, win that round. A bit of a shake of the head there. What a clutch there from the Valk.
And for the second time in this series, on this map for Cutie, 4v5, or 4-5 now, but of those 5, 2 of them thanks to Cutie single-handedly.
It was a bit of a late and desperate push there from Sinister, that said. Especially not being able to get that wall open, not having the utility to clear that mute jammer at the end of it, but yeah, as you mentioned, Cutie really put a stop to any hope they had. Now Stat and Trophy's back on the menu for Akami. It's unlocked. It's been 2 rounds since they won it. Looks like they'll be running with the same strat. Looks like Cutie and Itby style roam across on the Games and Aviator side. We'll see Jack Daddy and Itby style plant all of the utility in the closet for Mangoes to chill with. I don't think that the frost mats are going to be super effective though. We saw how easy it was for Fisher Guy to clear that with the Nash charge last time.
10 seconds left before
I
insertion.
think do you move those mute jammers though? It hasn't placed them there, so maybe just maybe although
Attackers
Oh,
must
there is a
locate
mute.
and
He's
defuse
chucking
the
it down
bomb.
now.
has changed it slightly positioned because of the way that it was positioned last time they set this up. It was very easy for Depe to actually get both frost mats and both mute jammers. Single shot. Yeah, it has changed it up now.
There's also only 2 ADSs there instead of the full 3 that Itby style placed there in the previous time. Wonder if Itby has another place that he really wanted, or whether he thought, oh, maybe it's not as effective. But if Mangoes does get actually flashed out after those ADSs are burned, it could mean that Sinister can take control of Closet without losing a player to Mangoes.
Bomb located by attackers.
They still have to commit a lot though. They've still got to clear out those frost mats. It worked out really well for Akami last time, and if it does work out well for them again, 6-4 would be on the cards. This is a very important round for Sinister. And maybe you said that you need to push through Closet, losing Fisher Guy. Maybe they might just have to avoid it.
Where was that? Oh, downstairs through the hatch? I really don't know, but Mangoes wasn't playing in that position in the closet. In fact, have they completely abandoned the closet after all that utility? Oh, okay, through the floor, through a pre-placed pole in Astro at the top of the stairs. Fisher Guy caught out downstairs. It's funny that Mangoes actually decides to keep roaming downstairs. I feel like if now he rotated back and played in that closet position, Sinister would be short on utility and wouldn't be able to clear him out.
I mean, that's of course if they go for a closet position.
Oh my.
Derpe swings in. Derpe.
Oh,
The attackers
Looking straight into the sightlines of Jack Dad. No, you're not getting up. You're going to stay down. Cutie puts him down. This round in favor of Akami. Although Vince is able to at least tie it up. 2-2. Nade in hand for Nico as well. Bounce that off of the right-hand pillar. No, it doesn't quite catch Joker or Cutie, depending on who he was aiming it towards. Diffuser on the ground. A lot of time, though, still to be played. 45 seconds. And, well, this is a very crucial 45 seconds remaining.
It was super ambitious for Nico and Derp, or rather Vinny and Derp, to try to control Astro like that, but
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
partly paid off. As you mentioned, 2 versus 2. Vinny just waiting for one of these Okami players to reveal themselves as Nico rotates up red. There's a lot of angles for Nico to check, and he finds the kill. All on Joker here. Plant gonna get stuck by Vinny, but Nico's so low on HP, and that's the peak from Joker. Surely Vinny doesn't get it, but he does. Turns around off the plant and finds Joker's head. Sinister tie this up once again.
Man, taking out Cutie, though, the clutch king of Villa so far tonight. And then Joker trying to replicate Cutie's heroics, comes up short thanks to Vinny. 5-5. Next round gets match point. So this break point sort of round now, Dev, for both of these two teams. Aviator and Games, we go for round 11. Castle again for Joker.
Yeah, it does seem like we'll see the same strategy brought by Okami. Just keep rocking out with that castle and the unreinforced wall on Games Room into Study. Leaving it instead soft and making a kind of rotate hole through it. Remember last time TBD, rather Okami played this, it was a win for Sinister. They came through and won that round, and yeah, it looks like the same strategy, leaving that single panel unreinforced.
Shield up! 10 seconds to insertion.
Well, I said it was going to be hard to split
5
these
seconds
two,
left
and
before insertion.
I'm at least glad we've been able to see
Attackers must
that
locate
has
the bomb.
come to fruition. 5-5. Definitely can't split them right now. At times, it feels like Akami, the way that they win their rounds, may demoralize Sinister a bit, but yet Sinister just keep fighting back and keep coming back the next round. And they don't give up, and they keep trying new things. I mean, even going back to that last round, they didn't really put pressure onto closets. They changed it up, expected something similar from Akami. They guessed correctly.
Bomb located by attackers.
I wonder whether we'll continue to see this aggression from Sinister like in that last round where they looked and saw, hey, maybe we can just get into Astro really quickly. And I feel like it's punishing Sinister as much as it's working for them, because we're ending up with rounds where halfway through, half of both teams is already dead.
It hasn't been a deciding factor, though, either way. Like, it's both teams have been in those situations where maybe they're missing 2 or 3 players, generally maybe 1 or 2, if you start. But as I said, it hasn't really been determining the rounds as a whole. At times, we've seen a team with the low amount of numbers can still come up big towards the end. Jack Dad taking a lot of damage super early on here, minute 40 remaining, as Vince just continues to clear out these gadgets from the first floor.
Once again, very much the bottom-up take that we saw from Sinister on their last attack.
Oh.
No way there was information for Nico there.
Did you
Surely
hear
that
him?
wasn't a call. No way. I don't know what happened there, but that's a cheeky pick. Jack Daddy is going to be frustrated about that one, getting a straight-up floor banged.
I mean, they obviously wounded him from that sort of similar vicinity earlier, so must have assumed he was still around the area. Cutie does find Vince, though. That might make it hard. There goes the IQ. Can no longer take out these gadgets. Fisher guy pushes in, gets the second one onto Mango's behind the shield. Sinister not playing around now as they continue to push in. Only Joker remains, and he's not even going to be able to find one. Sinister from a 4-5 deficit now have got match point 6-5 here on Villa. the map pick as well of a cup.
Things have turned around, and it's well within Sinister's grasp to take Okami's map pick here. Just one more attack is all they need, but it's been driven all the way to the wire. Okami can't head back to... Well, actually, they can head back to any bomb site they like. They'll go back to Kitchen, where they won previously. The options are there for Okami. And the pressure is really on to hold out. This is their map pick, and we know how important it is with this Six Masters best of 2 veto system to win your own map pick. The Sinister aren't playing around. They're going to bring the Dokaibi. It's going to help out with their aggressive pushes, these explosive attacks, even further than so far.
Okabe is one of my favorites, so I'm happy to see it here from Derpe. Jack Dad on the pulse though has got I've got my eye on him and how he plays this round. Do you go on the offense here if you're Okami and try and roam, maybe try and catch Sinister off guard, put Jack Dad in a different position, see if he can find someone, find maybe Vince who's starting to clear out gadgets?
10 seconds to go.
Or do you hold him back towards the bomb site until maybe the last 30 seconds or so, play a bit defensive, let Sinister sort of control around the site, but then push out at the last second when they're close? It worked for Sinister when they played that way on one of their attacking rounds, one of their defensive rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for Okami right now, I'm going to be really cautious of the way Sinister are just keen to send it. All these players pushing together this horizontal take right now. Sinister have proven that they don't mind just not having a fully fleshed out plan that involves being super thorough with their util clear or whatever. No, let's just go full send.
And I think it's okay if Sinister play this slow though. You know, you say full send, but the full send doesn't have to be at the 2-minute mark. It can be, say, the 30-second mark or the 1-minute mark, depending on how long it takes for them to get a bit of control as well on the second floor above, which obviously is going to be pretty easy, and then eventually onto the site itself. And that's what I was saying though for Okami as to how they want to play this, more on site or a bit of roaming potential. Shots do land actually through the floor there onto Jackdad. Not a lot, but enough. Mangos does find Derpe. That gives them at least an advantage here in the final minute and a half. Match point for Sinister, without a player now.
Fisher to find one. Vinny taking control of Laundry. Numbers equalized, and that Dokkaebi off the board as well with Derpe going down means Sinister are going to have to deal without their X Factor.
Continue this full send at the last second. I think that drone gets caught by Jackdad. Very low, yet still wants to push through into Memorial. Barbed wire just to his right. Okay. That's not
No
ideal.
way.
Then you immediately lose Jackdad straight after that. Then
Whoa.
lose Mangos, lose the round, potentially. Joker's still alive, full health. Fisher guy is also very low. Won't take much, and he does take him out very quickly. 2 versus 1. It's not impossible. 35 seconds, but from behind and in front, Swarm finished. The round is over. Sinister have stolen Villa. Oh, a team kill as well. So unfortunate for Okami.
Their own map pick and just thrown against them. Joker, the frustration that must have been present there after that team kill. You can just feel it. For Sinister, though, big challenge that they've overcome. Vinny going massive, 15 and 8. Nico as well to close out that game. Sinister going to be very happy with that one, securing Okami's map pick. Keen and ready to go into their own with the map advantage.
And as I was sort of talking about earlier, and I was saying that if Sinister can win this round going into Cafe, now they've got to be feeling super confident that they can take Cafe, go 2-0 up, in this and take this series. Whereas for Akami, this was their map. This was the map that they should have had maybe that slight extra advantage, that map prowess that potentially we thought Sinister may not have. We were wrong though. They haven't played this map competitive for so long, and yet they still come in 7-5 and take it away from Akami.
Ambitious. Yeah, you're talking about taking Akami to their best map. They were undefeated until LFO conquered them. And, well, that took 15 rounds. This didn't even take overtime. So Sinister got to be pretty happy with that performance. Akami's map pick done and dusted. And now looking towards Cafe, both of these teams have plenty of odds, particularly Akami. They've played it so many times. I think Sinister is going to be very much ready to take the 2-0 here.
I definitely agree. We're going to go to Cafe after the break. Akami, Sinister. Sinister looking to make it 2-0.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Well, Villa certainly was a war of attrition in the end, going the way of Sinister. 7-5, even though it was Akami's map pick. Welcome back. We are halfway through the second series of the night. Dev, we go to Cafe next. We said that this series was going to be close. Everyone predicted a draw. Now it's, I guess, up to Akami to live up to expectations here and take Cafe.
They haven't lost it so far in the Six Masters. Played it twice, actually. Yeah, just the twice so far. Last time they lost it was in Pro League against Elevate, but they took LFO on this map successfully, took Kanga, even though it took an overtime to get there. Akami, this is home turf for them, but again, the risk that there is a lot of information out there, and Sinister have clearly done their homework going into this game.
Well, 100%. They did their homework coming into this series, right? So they did their homework on Villa, and you'd think that they picked Cafe. They've done their homework on Cafe. And my expectations now for this series shift. You know, I had it as a draw, but I had that because I thought that Akami would take Villa, and then I thought Sinister would take Cafe. So if I'm keeping those same expectations, I'm now thinking Sinister take this to nothing, which would be amazing for them considering where they currently sitting on the standings, which is in 6th position. And it just gets them back into that race for top 4 and puts a lot more pressure onto the teams slightly above them, like Akami.
Yeah, very much. And if they do win this next one, they will leapfrog over Akami, and a lot of the other teams as well be really sitting pretty near in the top of the standings. Sinister, look, they have picked Cafe just last week and they lost it to Elevate, so I wouldn't put it past them to drop the ball on their map pick again, so I definitely wouldn't count Akami out just yet.
Speaking of counting, we counted your poll vote earlier on this evening for this series, and well, I thought it was going to be a bit closer than this, but I guess you guys at home definitely know more than I do. 45% for Sinister, and now as we've seen how the first map has played out, this looks probably a little bit more legitimate.
Yeah, I guess so. With that Villa going the way of Sinister, perhaps they predicted that Akami would want to take us there, and that really helped out. Other than that, yeah, Cafe can go either way. Could see it swing. Like I was mentioning before, it might be Sinister's map pick, but they're not undefeatable on it, to be honest. And we've seen losses to LFO and Elevate. Definitely a possibility here for Akami to make a return.
Well, as you said, it may be Sinister's map pick, and they may be one up in the series, but Akami, without a doubt, are going to give it everything they've got here on Cafe. In fact, they've played it twice this season of Six Masters, and both times they did win it. We head into the band phase, and we head into our final map of the night.
See whether we get any hard breaches or Thatcher taken out. Ying, all right. Trend continues for Akami, just going to get rid of that one. I have a feeling it's going to be the Thatcher ban here for Sinister, mirroring what we saw just now on Villa. And indeed, now the defense is where it gets a little bit spicy. Pretty simple stuff thus far, but Akami are a team that really like their Goyo usage, and I've seen some teams ban it against them before. I wonder whether Sinister's going to do that. Okay, never mind. They're just going to go with the tried and true mirror ban. Really try to just prevent the defense from having that in their arsenal and securing some strong anchor positions with it. You know, I guess such is life sometimes. We can't always pray for interesting bans. We get like the four most default bans ever.
I would say that actually was an intriguing ban, because usually it's Akami banning out the mirror, and I don't know if you noticed, but they did take a little bit of time there just to think about what their ban was going to be here, because for the first time in 5 maps, they didn't ban Ying and Mirror. They did get their Ying. Mirror was already banned, and then they decided, all right, let's get rid of Echo. I guess he's next in line. That part, yeah, not so interesting.
So I guess for Akami, they just get a bit of a free ban there if they wanted to get rid of the Mirror. Is Fisher gonna 6-pick onto the Monty here? Come on. I know you want to do it, man. I saw you pick it just a second ago. I saw him pick it. He hasn't locked in yet. No, he locks in. All right, not going to go for the... All right. Vinny's going to 6-pick the Ash. Okay. Right on. Cool. Bit messy there in the pick phase from Sinister. Not sure what was going on. 2 of them didn't lock in their hot picks, and then there was that last-minute 6-pick. But mentioning that Ash in particular, I like the idea here. Akami, I mentioned that they're so used to playing this Goyo, and they've used it to full effect. Not only do we have the Goyo with his 2 shields, but we also have 2 more shields one from Mangoes on the Wamai and one from Cutie on the Smoke. Makes a grand total of 4 shields, plus the ADS, which can chew up to 6 projectiles, and the Wamai charges, which can chew up to 7 if you get them all out. So bringing that Ash, just a little bit of extra explosive utility, which really rounds us out to a nice 8 grenades or Ash/Sophia charges, which can destroy these shields for Sinister.
You think Sinister just sitting there during the pick phase and thinking, yeah, we'll just flash the Monty on the screen, get Dev all excited, take a bit longer to lock in our pick as well, get him hyped up, and then we'll just play the old standard.
Maverick just being used to open the soft hatches. I guess if you've got the ammo to spare, why not? If Sledge is busy. No reinforcements on this main wall between Top Red and Piano. Maybe the Sledge is going to deal with that, but Nico's in a different position. Just cautious of this downstairs roam at the moment. There isn't, in fact, anybody down here, but Sinister don't know that until they drone it out, and they do. Drones form down in legions. And Vincere also on the very bottom floor. Joker attempted to go for that flank at bottom white, but oh, it gets punished. He actually does try to go for that. Fisho finds him on the long angle.
I think he might have just been going back upstairs, may have got caught, but you're right, he was there at white stairs pushing down. Not sure if he really was impactful in that exchange though. It's interesting though seeing Sinister attack this, taking first floor, second floor on bar cocktails. Most teams just usually push down top red hatch. Cigar, Piano push through. They've got a bit more verticality here on Cafe. Minute 20 seconds. Time for Nico to start making some holes and make some noise as well. Shoots over at Pixel immediately, but no one's peeking it. Just a guy got to try and flush them out. ADS though is going to be able to deny a lot of that utility. Nico does get Ippy style as well. Great timing, well played from Sinister so far here on the attack.
Great fragger down as well, and that's the position on Pixel. Not only flushed out, but the player eliminated. Really furthering this man advantage for Sinister. 50 seconds left, and also to mention, Mangoes is hair's breadth away from falling himself. Cutie wants to find a pick here. He's hoping someone from Sinister will wide peek this, because Akami are thinking right now, we need to find a pick in order to stand a chance in this execute.
Going back to Villa though, and Sinister's attack, one of the rounds when it was actually a 5v3, they did something similar to this where they just stall it themselves a bit. Really playing it carefully. Slow peeking a lot of areas on the site, 20 seconds left, and then they'll just push in all at once. Use their numbers advantage to really overwhelm the defense. Smoke's going to come out from Cutie, but they do lose Mangoes. He does, unfortunately, go down due to the fact that he had such low health. In washrooms, I don't think Cutie's going to be able to hold everyone off all at once, and in the end, Vince, Nico, and Sinister do take round 1. In style.
Yeah, Vinny with the good old rappelling in the window and shooting everybody. Gotta say, Cutie had me worried there for a minute though. Man's been showing up for Akami tonight, and I guess this whole season really. Cutie's been one to talk about, and holding on to washrooms just a bit longer there. Did help thin out the numbers, but Sinister had too many left and not gonna last long.
Warden is something that's a bit different, but immediately 6th pick back over to Valkyrie, which is something a bit more familiar.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing about 6 picking between those two operators is they have the same primary weapon, the MPX. So if you're someone like me who's really nerdy about all the weapon sounds in this game, in prep phase when you're droning around, if you hear someone shoot the MPX, usually I would just call out, all right, they have a Valkyrie, and then you can just tell the other team. But in this case, it could be a Valkyrie or the Warden, and if Akami have teased out, maybe it's the Warden, maybe Sinister are going to think about that. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter since the Warden is not really relevant in the current meta when Ying is banned. So not going to affect Sinister much there, just a bit of fun trivia, I guess, for you.
I like stats. Had some fun. My other co-caster is also a bit of a stats guy, but he's not very good. He's not as good as you, Dev.
Oh, you're talking about old mate Jordan Mays, are you?
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Yeah.
I love Jordan. All right, enough about my love life. Zippy style, just setting up utility on this top floor. ADS to protect this Goyo shield. Sinister really proved no trouble clearing out this position at Pixel last round, and that was even with the Wamai and his magnets around Piano. Not only did they clear the position, destroy the shield, but also took out Ippy Style's head in the process. Ippy Style, he's the kind of player who backs himself in these gunfights, though. I wouldn't be surprised if, despite losing in that first round, he's still going to peak aggressively here in round number 2. That's exactly what he's doing.
I mean, you'd love to see that, though, from Ippy Style, because Villa really wasn't his map. And he picked up 2 frags in the entire 12 rounds that was played. But yet still feels confident here in Cafe to play these aggressive positions, peeking from Pixel. And sitting back holding White Corridor for now. 2 minutes and finally entry onto top red. Doesn't pre-fire Pixel this time around.
Oof. It be pre-firing towards Cigar. Vinny a few love taps backwards again. Sinister start to take control here. Pushed in through Cigar. Itby is actually going to back off. Surprisingly early, uncharacteristic of him, but perhaps he sees that 120 timer. Wait a second, Miko's in the bomb site. What are you doing, mate? You're not allowed there, Joker says as he taps his head.
Not sure exactly how Nico got in there so quietly. Such a quiet manner that no one really anticipated that he was going to be in there. Joker at least caught him out. Ippy Style finds 2, pushing out a Pixel towards Piano stage. That's the aggressive Ippy Style. You said he fell back. He never did such a thing. He kept moving forward. He finds the double. Can't be find the round.
Yeah, I mean, when Ippy Style is on the other team, you just can't not cover your angles. Can't not cover your flanks, because Ippy's the kind of player who's always going to feel those out. If he thinks he can get away with something ridiculous, he's going to do it. I would love to see Sinister bring the Nomad to suppress that kind of play. But it seems like they really feel the need to bring all this other utility, especially all of this soft breach, to clear out shields. Funnily, I don't think that's been super impactful, these shield positions. I mean, yes, Ippy Style was playing at Pixel, but it wasn't the shield that got him those kills. Sinister didn't even try to address the shield at all. They just ignored it.
Did Vince just 6-pick IQ into IQ?
Yeah, man doesn't. Man loves IQ too much. He's like, I should probably play the Ash, but no, I want the IQ. And smart move, because Cutie actually 6-picked onto the Valk from the smoke. So if Vinny had gotten off that IQ, he wouldn't have been able to find those Valkyrie cameras quite so easily.
Would you say it's 200 IQ for Vince on the IQ?
Aha. 200. Yeah, 200 IQ. Would you say that was 200 Valk from Cutie on the Valk?
No, Dev, I wouldn't. Kitchen cooking and service for round number 3. And what I love to see, though, is we're bringing the same competitive environment between these two teams over to Cafe from Villa, back and forth, 1-1. It continues. And really, I mean, Villa, yeah, 7-5. It didn't quite go to overtime. It was just those last 2 rounds that Sinister were able to sort of pull away from Akami just momentarily. Just at the right time, though. Just pipping them at the end of that race. Whereas prior to that, those first 10 rounds, back and forth, either way, and you wouldn't have been able to call it up to round 11 at the very least. 2.5 minutes, round 3. Both teams have looked decent on both their attack and defense here in the first 2 rounds.
Bit of droning happening from Sinister, just trying to clear this top floor and the next floor down as well. We saw Derpe droning down Pillars. May have spotted out Joker, who was roaming in Reading. I believe he's gone back to the bottom floor now. It looks like, yep, going down red all the way to the bottom alongside Ippy Style, and that's 5 players on the bottom floor. Not sure whether those mute jammers were placed up above, but at the moment that is free real estate for Sinister to take. And then, of course, once Sinister do get control of Train and Fireplace and Mining, they're going to open up that floor. Molosca using some Hibana pellets to open the piano hatch to enable a quick drop down into Train. Nico can start working the floor with the sledgehammer once he gets down there, and Sinister can look for these players through the holes and down onto the bomb site. Still a bit worried about these roamers. I think that's the mute jammers doing the job. But they have this control.
Yeah, without much resistance being met from Akami either. I mean, typically mining isn't exactly held with a lot of force. But you might potentially have one sitting around train. The only downside is getting out of train then is very difficult. Still a minute remaining, and this is not too bad from Akami either. So looks like we may head into this push being roughly around 5v5, unless there's any picks here through the opened up floorboard.
Yeah, or the C4s. Oh, that was cheeky from Cutie. He shot the little bit of soft floor that his C4 was hanging on to so he could get his C4 back. Like that one. We also saw Fisho destroy the electric claw so that this hatch can be opened up, but Mangoes opens up the round through the floor with the pick on Derpe. Oh no, Nico can't do that. 30 seconds and they drop into the bomb site.
Oh, just not picking the right side. It was the right side in the end. Nice peek back though from Nico behind him and then straight through to get Ippy style. It was a little bit sloppy from Nico for a moment, but then he cleans himself up. Joker in a 1 versus 2 as the diffuser goes down, takes a lot of damage. Just slightly above half health. C4 over the top. Doesn't connect at all. One to his left. Are they both to his left? They are. They're actually both onto the diffuser.
Joker now on for the retake. Nico a bit low HP, but both him and Molosca are playing quite close here. He doesn't have these positions, and Molosca is good for that one, holding that angle from prone. Bit of a desperate attempt on the drop in at last minute from Sinister, but it is successful. And they regain that lead here on Cafe.
A lot of it thanks to Nico as well. In that drop down push, as you said, 2 kills. The one behind him being the flick quick style reaction. And then pushing forward, leaping over, finding one more easy style for Nico. 2-1. But back down to Kitchen immediately. To expect back over to the Valkyrie. I think Cutie's done it every single round for now the first 4 rounds. But it wasn't that one-sided of an attacking round. It really was the fact that in the end, Sinister were able to win those clutch 1v1s. Nico was able to make those plays. And you said it actually in that round. They had to just push down the hatch at the last few seconds. There wasn't a lot of time left. Took them a while to get control of train and mining above Kitchen. And couldn't even throw their nades through the floorboards correctly. Like, it wasn't that clean necessarily from Sinister.
Yeah, and it goes to show that just because you do the map clear and you take the control that you need, you open up the floor and you start looking down to kill people, doesn't actually necessarily mean that that verticality is going to work in your favor. For the most part, Sinister didn't actually find the picks that they needed, and in fact it was Mangoes who found that first kill through the floor onto Derp. See Cutie actually trying to get some information for his team on this middle floor so we can make some kind of play. Because despite Sinister looking a bit rough there through that mid-round, the later half of that round, they did pull through and get that plant down when it mattered most. That was something that has been a continuing trend for Sinister, which is the ability to explode onto the bomb site and really win out in these 5-on-5, 4-on-4 kind of engagements that tend to be a massacre of trades.
And I was just looking to see whether or not Akami would send someone at least into the position of mining and train, or at least just hanging around there. It doesn't seem like it. Again, everyone just going to be around Kitchen on this first floor. Which is not too surprising, Dev, I guess, but it does mean that giving up this second floor super early, super quick, it means that Sinister can have a lot of time where they can open up these floorboards and, well, give themselves maybe 45 seconds or so of just peeking through, see if they can find any picks early on.
Yeah, it really does help play into Sinister's time management. I think that's why Kami are really desperate to find a pick with a C4 through the floor here. It could be really impactful. We could have seen a Vigil picked, and then it would have denied or slowed down the take, denying some of that droning intel. Here's Cutie, but it's a C4 pre-placed. Not sure whether one of his teammates is going to make a call based on a Valkyrie camera, or whether it's just going to be audio. It is just audio, and that's a missed C4, missed opportunity as well.
Still a minute left, but this is playing out similar to the last round, which in the end worked out in Sinister's favor. Nico, second time's the charm. This one does go through, still doesn't find the target. And just like the last round, Sinister still yet to actually find any picks here from this second floor. Looking down into kitchen, 45 seconds remaining. And it was about this point where Mangoes did get that opening pick. We'll see if it happens again.
He had to find any picks through the floor, but that nade did find the electric floor, which enabled the Hibana to open up that hatch, which was pivotal for Sinister taking that last round. Mangoes in the aggressive position in VIP, caught between rock and a hard place, players on both sides, but he's not concussed here. Milo finds that opening pick. Fisho gets taken out. Ippy Style good for another one as well. Sinister have this bomb site. Cutie's holding fast. Just Nico and Derp. Fisho on a sliver of HP. The flank is still there. This map control is all for Akami. Derp counted out and just Fisho left, but no time, no lock, and that's Akami to steal that round away.
And probably how Akami would have felt the last round should have gone prior to this as well. And again, we're tied 2-2. Really well played though from Akami, especially when we were watching Mangoes' point of view. Didn't panic, didn't really rush out, make a bad decision. Didn't have a lot of like visual info, was just going off comms and what he could hear. Tried to get involved, couldn't quite, but yet still didn't just throw his life away running around hopelessly. And that's what Akami were able to do well there. Just respond, hold their ground. And in the end, they did start to find those picks. They did start to win those exchanges, even though Sinister opened it up into their favor. They win this round. And ironically, the round prior to that, Mangoes did find that opening pick. And Akami did have it in their favor, but then Sinister won that round. The opening pick doesn't necessarily determine who's going to go on and win the round itself, especially when you're on the defense and you're still the ones that are holding your position. You're the ones that still don't have to really move too much. Akami played it well. We're tied 2-2.
Yeah, and on top of that, with a couple of rounds passed, Akami can head back to library, or reading and dining, fireplace. Oh my gosh. You know, the in-map callouts for this, for the A-bomb side, it's fireplace, for the B-bomb side, it's reading. But in my brain, I always call fireplace dining, and I always call reading library. So it's just another way to confuse you guys. Just because. So this bomb site, Akami previously won. It was pretty strong. I think one of the pivotal moments was that Sinister just really struggled to contain this aggression from Akami, especially on this top floor. Ippy Style just wide swung in piano and found two players. It really should have been punished for that, but you know, Ippy Style's always looking to make a play, and if he thinks he can get away with something, he will try it.
I'm just very much enjoying this from the front row seat. Feeling like I'm in the live audience, Dev, watching two gladiators duke it out. And that's the way it was shaping up on Villa for the first 10 rounds until Sinister just happened to get the back-to-back win to get them the map. Just maybe Cafe might play out in a similar fashion. You get to 5-5, someone gets that break point, gets that match point. And then if they can sort of deflect how this series is going in terms of that back and forth style. If this style gets picked, I'm imagining Pixel, it is Pixel. They're the ADS, and now they got White Corridor if they want it, then pushing into washrooms. Bishop did take a bit of damage for that, but they will get this third floor control. They deal with the Roma. And Sinister get the opening hand here, but it doesn't spell disaster for Akami just yet.
It's good control for a start. I like this angle from Nico. He can vault over as well. He does. Get inside. Sees that shield. Likely a Goyo shield. Gonna prime a nade, but it being the Wamai on the other side, likely to get caught. And there you go. That magnet. Steal that away. Drone to check out where these players are. A couple of holes in the floor. Nico is so vulnerable to C4s right now. That's an aggressive play from Cutie, but punished. And now that's top floor control for Sinister.
I still don't count Akami out of this for some reason. 45 seconds, it's 3 versus 5. But there's still a lot of work to do for Sinister on this second floor. Not a lot of time. Fisher guy's low. The way that Akami have been playing this sort of never die attitude, it only takes 1 or 2 picks. Although, as this round continues to just go on, it does make it less and less likely. Mango only gets 1 for the 2 that was lost.
Oh no!
And, well, unfortunately, they were just picked apart towards the end.
Yeah, wow, and it really started with that top floor take from Sinister. Ippy Style went down without too much of a fight. Fisher got that pick nice and early without even having to clear out the shield. And it is the double-edged sword of peeking aggressively in a position like that. Ippy Style, had he just sat patiently behind the shield, taking an advantageous gunfight only, probably would have delayed a lot more time and forced Sinister to use the utility that they had on his shield. But no, because he wanted to keep going for those peaks, it gave Fisher the opportunity. He was true in his aim, and that just started Sinister off nicely. Not to mention a similar situation where Cutie tried to make an aggressive play out from Cocktail. Once Sinister had that, they had top floor control, hadn't lost any players for it, and just continued to use that man advantage. Overwhelm Akami, but it's not the last chance Akami will have. There's an opportunity for redemption here in the last round of their half to defend Reading once again.
We saw it go to 3-3 on Villa. Obviously now a big potential that it goes 3-3 here on Cafe. Army have to make sure they don't lose 2 in a row, just like they did at the end of Villa. 4-2 at the half would be amazing for Sinister.
10 seconds left.
There hasn't been a lot of bar and cocktail action here actually from Akami.
5 seconds to insertion.
And as we continue on this season of Six Masters, it does,
Attackers
at least in my point of view, Dev, I'm not sure how you see it, but lose that appeal of being very defender-sided. I think teams have been playing this well from the attacker's side.
Yeah, it's been good attacks. I mean, also good defenses. It's not been exclusive. We've seen basically a trade of rounds here, back and forth, back and forth. Sinister started it off. I mean, if the pattern continues, Akami will take this one.
But I mean, what's
Does
that?
come
Like
down
only one pick for Bar and Cocktail? I mean, I know we're reading Fireplace, but
yeah, just the first round. Very first round Bar and Cocktail. And that was it. And that was won by Sinister, and Akami thought to themselves, I guess we'll just never take that again.
yeah. The thing with reading in Fireplace, though, is it really does open up the verticality. Although we don't see that first floor played as much as we do just in terms of the third floor being taken. Ippy Style gets Molosca, though. I mean, not too much of a surprise. If anyone's going to do it, it's probably going to be Ippy. Still continuing to roam around these white stairs.
It goes to show, is a bit hit and miss. Ippy Styles had 2 impactful plays from this position in the game, but he's also been shut down, like we saw in the previous round, without really any impact. But maybe it's all that Akami needs to really start strong here. Is that play from, ooh, dangerous there for Nico. Maybe he thought that was a regular shield, not a Goyo shield. He's going to lose 45 HP for that.
I was speaking about Ippy Style and sort of the roaming, but off the top of my head, how much defense is usually being committed to Cocktail as well? Because that, especially for these second floor bomb sites, is usually, yeah, there you go. Cutie, Mango's both sitting in there. There's a lot more pressure, it seems, on this third floor for this final defense from Akami. May just be catching Sinister off guard a little bit. Although it shouldn't. This is pretty standard, I would say, from what we're seeing from Akami. It's been stars get Joker, can't find the second one to Jack Daddies, who's climbing on through. The trades just ring out back and forth. But Nico's now the last one alive at a 1v3 as the dust does settle. And as the round settles, the half will settle. 3-3, barring Something amazing from Nico. Does have the diffuser in hand, close to the bomb site. The numbers all with Akami. Still even the time with Akami and Waldner. That's a bad place to take a nap and make a few contemplations in the middle of the hallway. Ippy style open to the round. He closes the round. And we are tied 3-3 once again in this series.
You were saying it near the midpoint in that round. Akami really invested much more heavily in that cocktail presence, and they didn't peek out. Oh, actually, I guess they did peek out really just as aggressively as the previous round. Difference being they landed their shots this time, and I mean, as lazy as that sounds as analysis, sometimes it does make the difference. We still saw Ippy style peeking aggressively as Jaeger. He just happened to find the kill instead of getting killed. And same thing for Cutie playing from cocktail. But there was also, notably, a Valkyrie camera underneath New Hatch, which was not taken out. And I think it's safe to assume that the information that Akami would have gleaned from that Valkyrie camera was instrumental in getting both of those picks on the top floor and really containing the Sinister attack. So perhaps Vinny should really be having another look there and thinking, man, why was I not in a position as the IQ to take out that Valkyrie camera nice and early and deny that information?
So as we go into the second half of Cafe, Akami switch over to the attacking side. Kitchen first up.
10 seconds to insertion.
Not sure if that was intended by Vince. Second time, it's at least
5 seconds remaining.
the right way to put it. But
Attackers are
again,
moving out to
keep
locate a
touching
bomb
on
and
the
defuse it.
similarities to Villa, but they're there. They're shining through here on Cafe. Close, back and forth in terms of just, we get this round, you get the next round. 3-3 at the half as well, which was the same as Villa. All of it being decided
Attackers have located a
in
bomb.
rounds 11 and 12 when Sinister finally pulled away and made it 7-5. Will that play out here on Cafe? We'll have to wait and see. Certainly, you don't want to be going anywhere here as we finish off the last series of the night.
That's it, second half, just a little bit more to go.
Have you got to be a bit more excited here?
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. Second half. And we're tied at 3-3, Xenox. I mean,
There we go.
this is getting pretty damn close, eh? And it's Sinister's map pick. We saw them take it out over Akami, map number 1. I was actually updating my spreadsheet, believe it or not, when you were talking to me. That was,
I forgive you. I forgive you.
Yeah, well, Sinister's going to head downstairs first. And I mean, what you were harping on about in the first half was the lack of bar defenses from Akami. And hey, that seems to be continued, that trend here with Sinister. Opting to go downstairs first, Ippy style, meeting that mute jammer with his drone. And where is that
Oh, it's
mute
a-
device? Is it?
It's a collection.
Is it- Yeah. Is that on the other side of that doorway, or is it maybe inside of kitchen? Yeah, I think there's a mute jam on the floor somewhere in kitchen that must be jamming that up. I can't quite spot it, but oh, I know it was just in, yeah, okay.
Oh,
It
there it
wasn't
is.
on the floor below, it was literally just in fireplace. There you go. Ippy Style's going to start mincing up that floor. Also gets rid of the mute jammer. A C4 flies out to find
Attackers
Cutie,
bomb
but
diffuser
doesn't.
has been dropped.
Vinny does get that first kill onto the player. Mango's peeking up Bakery. That's the hard breach taken out. Oh no! And Cutie fails on that refrag.
Big opportunity missed, considering the lack of opportunities that Sinister had in terms of getting frags through the floorboards on kitchen bomb sites in their attacking half. There weren't many. One goes begging there for Akami and Cutie. Ippy style down white stairs. No surprise here, but time to pick up the pace. 35 seconds. Dead goes down. Diffuser right in front of Joker here in Bakery, and picking up his Vince. Going back down is Vince thanks to Joker. 4v3, 24 seconds. Ippy style ready to breach in from one side, Joker from the other.
Cutie's still upstairs. Ippy Style just sends it all the way in. But there's no one in the B bomb site. Looking into A now. Spots one towards the closet. Guess the Inja finally finishes him off, but on the reload spots the Jaeger. Doesn't get him yet. Molluska finds two. All on Joker. Forcing that plant down. It ain't gonna work. Molluska rounds out his round with 3 kills. Makes it a full house with Vinny for the first 2. The Sinister start off their defense quite strong.
Moscow must have had a cheeky Milo during the halftime break. Perked up, ready to go here on their defense. Finds a triple kill. It was a little bit messy though from Akami, I've got to say, in that push. You know, losing mangoes early on, defuse on the ground, bakery. What I did like was Ippy style just sort of just rushing into kitchen, seeing what it could find. It would have been better if he had the diffuser. Obviously, these are, you know, just the way things go. That, of course, the guy who hasn't got the diffuser rushes in, and there's no defenders on site, no one even close by. But still, now it's time for Akami to take one back as the series has been going back and forth. I'd say that it's their turn now to take a round.
Bit of an if-only moment, but yeah, Akami's still very much in this. They're just going to have to change their attacks a little bit and move on to this top floor attack. Sinister going to do something a little bit unconventional. Castle barricades invested on the piano south window, forcing Akami LFO, to either use that utility to clear that castle barricade, or if they try and just melee it, smack it that 12 times required to destroy it, is every opportunity that Sinister will try and have someone peek from garage or even from bakery. So probably going to need to invest utility to get rid of that castle barricade. The other castle barricade's going to be placed down on the white window, prevent anyone from cutting off a player pushing up white stairs or playing in the white hallway. Where's that third castle barricade? Is it going to go on this cigar double door for Nico? I think it might be. That's a strategy we've seen reasonably common, and that indeed it is. So this strategy here enables Sinister to play a bit more aggressively, not only through cigar and not be exposed to piano, but also in piano, not be exposed to cigar.
And it also should aim to, I guess, slow down just Akami in general, more so than usual. Top red and hatch, for example, a lot of the utility and pressure you've said around Scar and piano, more so than usual. Look how aggressive Milo is. Ippy style and Joker have got to be careful repelling through that window, or around that window. So try and clear out the ADSs from that position. Oscar's just super aggressive here near piano stage. You said that that's, of course, what the castle's going to be able to enable Molosca to do. Does clear out one drone there. But that presence, and now Akami have got to think, minute 45 seconds left. They're not going to be able to just take top red, cigar, piano stage really all that easily here. And look at Nico as well on second floor. They've got a lot of control, Sinister.
Yeah, Sinister's just ready to punish any player from Akami, but in fact, it works the other direction. Joker on this window, not exposed to the angles from Nico, finds Molosca, but that's not really much progress, to be honest. It's one pick, but Sinister still have control of Pixel. They still have Fisher Guy in Cigar, ready to wait for someone to peek from top red. It's Ippy style there at the moment. Nico's also ready for this player to repel in. Joker not likely to do it until Pixel has been cleared. Ippy style finds Fisho, makes it more and more likely. Nico wants to stay on this angle to make sure he gets his pick before he backs out, especially as two of his teammates have gone by, but it's just him and two others left to hold it for Sinister.
Yeah, that's like what, one around White Corridor, one around Cocktail. There goes Cocktail. There goes everyone from Ippy Style 3. And this is the problem, I guess, if you're playing that Nico position. If everyone dies above you, well, it's a 1v5. You can make your way back up red stairs, but you're going to be met with a lot of angry faces. And I did say, Akami, we're going to take this round. I didn't know they would take it flawlessly, though.
Really came down to not only that first pick onto Molosca, who was playing a piano, but subsequently, I mean, Ippy style just went nuts. Not only does he peek in and take out Fisher Guy, who was favored in the gunfight in Cigar with his shotgun, but he just proceeds to decimate Sinister every step of the way after that.
And again, though, the trend continues in recent weeks, not just in this series and not just this week of Playdays, but Bar and Cocktail not quite being the defensive hold many would usually come to being accustomed to. Attackers taking it more than the defenders holding it. Down to Reading and Fireplace. I'd say this probably suits Sinister a bit more, considering the fact that they do like to play vertically more than Akami. So Nico holding that second floor angle on the last round. How much pressure, how much are they going to give in terms of a presence in Cocktail as well? And White Corridor and White Stairs.
I really do rate this bomb site. Honestly, I think reading Fireplace is in a lot of ways actually better than the top floor bomb site Barn and Cocktail, because like you were saying, you can have that presence upstairs in Cocktail, but once you lose it, it's not the end of the world. If you've killed enough time, maybe a few players, all you've done is just damage the attack that eventually has to execute onto the bomb site. And if they don't clear you, well then you can utilize that vertical presence to deny plants on the bomb site.
Bomb located by attackers.
I'd imagine Molossa's just going to hold a Pixel then if need be. And it's almost like you're playing in waves. You hold Pixel, then fall back to like White Stairs. And then when you're playing from White Stairs, your teammate in Cocktail. Typically it's only one in Cocktail. We saw actually Akami in their last defense. They had two in Cocktail, one at Pixel. You see Fisher guy as well moving up for Sinister towards Cigar. But this is the thing, even though it's a second floor site, you can play so defensively on this third floor and making it difficult. It's almost like you've got to take two sites to get this win for the attackers.
Yeah, that said, with the presence on the east windows from Joker, I think almost all the players from Sinister have backed off. We still have this here, I think it's the Molosca, right? Yeah, at Pixel, and I think Vinny was still hanging at Cocktail, but Molosca is keen to just back on off. Cautious of the player who's smacking that window. Maybe someone's going to go for a run out. Ooh, a C4 attempted to be tossed out. Not sure where that was. Ippy Star now taking Pixel. Molosca has to be careful. He can't rotate down White Stairs any longer. Another magnet goes out. Ippy Star just waiting to cut off this rotation. But these two Sinister players, if they want, can just drop down the hatch.
Yeah, and that's what makes this position so strong. It's not the White Stairs, it's the hatch for Cocktail. Yeah, okay, whoever's holding Pixel, White Corridor can fall down White Stairs if desired to. But if you lose that pressure, which is what Joker's trying to do, you just fall back to Cocktail, fall down the hatch. So much time has been wasted from Sinister onto Akami here. There's only 1 minute left. They haven't got really even control of the third floor, let alone the actual bomb site second floor. The only plus advantage is the fact that Akami did get the pick onto Vin. And now they can start to push through. As of course, really with about a minute left, this is when you tend to see whoever's he Cocktail to fall down anyway, regardless. They've done the job. Now you hold the site, 40 seconds left, and a rush push is coming up for Akami.
Mangoes with the diffuser in hand, throwing a nade out, but a good push there from Fisher gets traded out.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
4 versus 3, 30 seconds still left to go. And Akami are looking for more picks before they can execute. Ippy Style finds one onto Milo. That plant's going down. Another player shut down, but there is a response. Sinister can't deny the plant. It's all on the retake for Nico.
He just got tagged, but he didn't know where from. Half health, 1v3. Uses down. Pushing into Fireplace now, but it's immediately fried through the doorway of Joker. And that's going to be 2 rounds in a row now for Akami.
In fact, the first time on Cafe that we've seen either team run away with 2 rounds in a row. Akami switch things into their favor for the first time here. And are just 1 round away from a match point on Sinister's map pick. Of all things, we saw Sinister take away Akami's map pick back there on Villa, 7-5. Mind you, that was a bit of a reverse sweep there. Sinister getting the last 3 rounds after being at a 4-5 deficit. We could see Akami run away with it in a similar fashion here on Sinister's map.
Or potentially, maybe you've already sort of jinxed it here, but similar to Villa, for Sinister, to you come back from a 4-5 deficit one more time.
Right. Yeah.
And what a real kick in the guts that would be for Akami at the end of the night. Imagine you lose the series 2-0, both maps, when you were in a 4-5 position.
Sinister, they do have the options here with the bomb sites. They can go back to kitchen cooking as they will. So far, the only bomb site they've been victorious on, and they've tried all 3. main bomb sites thus far. Failed at Bar Cocktail, went over the library. Reading, I should say. Failed there. They're just going to go back to the tried and true. So Akami should expect this based on that track record.
5 seconds left before
Some good information gathering here from Sinister, but we know Jack Daddy's pretty thorough with that electronic scanner.
and defuse a bomb.
Hopefully for Akami's sake, he'll find that Valkyrie camera and shut it down before Sinister can use it to execute either a flank or a potential C4 through the floor.
And of the course, the last time we were down in kitchen, chaos ensued. So Ipistar literally just running through from White Stairs all the way towards where actually Vince is currently sitting. And it was completely wide open. Mangoes got picked early with the diffuser over towards Bakery, which doesn't help. But Sinister played it well. They held their measure. They look to Kitchen, though, to get them another win on the board. Try and stop this
Bomb located
semi-run,
by attackers.
semi-snowball from Akami. It's only 2 rounds. Pretty sure from between both Villa and Cafe. Definitely for Cafe, but I don't know if I don't think either team has won 3 in a row.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I can check that for you. Well, Sinister did to win the last map. It was the last 2 rounds in a row. But
Oh
prior
yeah,
to that,
okay,
no,
yes.
hadn't been done. Good information here for Akami. This is a great drone spot here. Does get spotted out, but he got some good information. Saw the player in VIP. It's a power position where Mango's played it previously for Akami. Since good map control taken, Jack Dad's going to be searching for utility on that scanner. Where was that Nomad charge that got detonated? Air jab. Person tempted on the flank here. Joker's going to go chasing it. It was the Legion of Nico on the other side.
1 minute left. Cutie injured, should get picked back up. The fight yet another day. Ipistar gets an opening frag for Akami. Pressure mounting onto Sinister, although Akami haven't got a lot of time on the clock. Between the overall scoreboard at 4-5 and now 5-4 in this game in terms of players left alive, Sinister are on the back foot. And they fall back onto the bomb site into Kitchen. Mango's pushing straight in through prep onto the site. It does have the diffuser in hand as well. Doesn't want to go down. Plays it careful as he clears it out.
Great angle there covering the flank for Jack Dad. Punishes Nico on that aggressive push, and thanks to Mangoes, the angle into the bomb site, the avenue has been opened. He's going to force down this plant. Can Sinister retake? Vinny finds 2 kills. Covered though by Jack Dad. That plant goes down. 2v2 in the post plant for Molosca and Vincier.
He said Vinny's found 2 kills. He's going to have to find 2 more. He does have Molosca though as his partner in crime. Mangoes is low. Jack Dad needs to try and at least cover him. Make it come down to the seconds remaining. Don't have to peak too early. Molosca pushes in maybe too early. Still 23 seconds left. Vinny found 2 before, needs to find 2 more. But this time he did lose his partner in crime. And Jack Dad holds the great angle. And that's going to be 3 rounds in a row now for Akami. And they're on match point.
Slow but steady wins the rate. You could see how thoroughly Akami played that round. Always ever cautious of their flanks. Once they found that opening pick onto Fisho, they didn't let up, continuing to cover that flanks, ensuring that Sinister couldn't execute any way to get back in the lead. Noticing Nico in particular attempting to flank Bakery, Jack Dad was perfectly prepared for that. On top of all of that, Akami ready to just open up that Bakery wall using the Maverick trick and I believe as a fear charge to open up an entrance, force that plant down and play this game on their terms. It's match point here for Akami on Sinister's map pick. Very close to seeing us end 1 map apiece.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, we had some interesting matchups for Playday 7 and Playday 8. Last night, Alifo and Pittsburgh Knights we thought would be super close. It ended up being super close because it was 1-1, but the matches themselves were quite one-sided. And yet, maybe just another series where we thought the matches and the maps would be close, along with the series being close. But I think in this case, especially if Akami take this out 7-4, it's just a matter of, okay, we win this map, we win this map, and that's the major close point between the two teams. But a lot of that's
This map
been in the
has been
second
tight,
half.
though.
Well, it has, but so was Villa for the first half too. When it was 3-3, it was all nice and close. It was all snugly close. Same thing here on Cafe, but for whatever reason, after the half, it does open up a little bit for, well, I guess on Villa's sake, it was Sinister. And on Cafe's sake, it's been Akami.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. Sinister in the second half of Villa really ramped up their attacks, and we've seen the same pattern here for Akami. The Sinister are just going to keep on moving bomb sites. Can't do bar, can't do library. All right, try kitchen again. Nope, that doesn't work. All right, let's just give bar another crack and see how we go with it. Last time Sinister played this, I did get the opening. Wait a second. I wrote Derp killed Milo. That doesn't make sense. It was Joker who killed Milo. I don't think that would have happened. No team kills here. Last time, they tried to do the really extended strat with all the castle barricades. Looking to continue the trend here, but hopefully won't just let it be style proceed in for a 3K.
I mean, he didn't necessarily just sort of stroll in. They took their time, tried to clear out a lot of the ADSs. And Molosca was still sitting around piano stage in that round. This time also playing around Cigar Lounge, but he did eventually get picked out. And as you said, yes, was in fact the first one to go down. He has to be careful that he isn't the first one to go down here again. Does have Vince, though, sitting at Pixel to watch him. And immediately you can see in the kill feed, 2 quick kills in favor of Sinister. 4-3. Depe from Cocktail. Just going to spot over towards top red. Diffuse is going to go down. Mango's losing that. And while maybe, just maybe, Sinister may not lose the round or the map just yet.
Just all the util wasted from Akami, still trying to find this player of Milo who's been a headache for Akami to deal with. He's just sitting there shooting drones. That's his job. Sit there and shoot drones. And it's worked to perfection thus far. Cutie walking into a crossfire, exposed to 3 different angles, all the way back as well to Derpe, the doc, and a player underneath. Man, Cutie's put under the pump. Impact grenade is also going to tag him up a little bit. He just wants to kill Milo finally. Jack Daddy does it. Another player at Pixel. Cutie's got to be cautious of, but Jack Daddy's on the hunt.
Oh, Jack Daddy repelled in like a superhero. He keeps following it up through White Corridor, takes out Vince sitting at White Stairs. He did lose Cutie, though. Cutie was the clutch player from Villa. Hasn't quite been able to translate it over here on a Cafe. And a 1 versus 2 now, Jack Dad, but he is low. And now he's dead. And Sinister take the round in round 11. And we go to 5-6.
That was really one in the early stages of that round. Sinister made some changes from their previous strategy to hold piano. And I think the main thing was Molosca, who was the first pick the previous round. He got really aggressive and played... Well, actually, I don't know if aggressive is the right word, because while he was playing in a really conventionally aggressive position right under that window near that minibar, he wasn't peeking at all. He was never giving the attackers an opportunity to shoot him, to actually get the kill. But what he did do was shoot drones every time Akami tried to get information on what was happening in piano, how many players are in there, what angles are they holding, how can we try and take them out. Every time he would shoot those drones, they tossed in about 1 million flashbangs onto him as well. They still wouldn't able to flush him out. And while they were so tunnel visioned on that single player, frags came out the other direction. Players like Nico able to find kills. And that's put Sinister within arm's reach of going to overtime.
Certainly has, but it's also put them back onto the second floor bomb site, reading in Fireplace, rather than Bar Cocktail, which hasn't been working out for defenders recently. So now you get the arguably better bomb site, at least in recent history. So you had your mixed bag, mixed result bomb site go your way. And now, I would say Sinister are more favored to tie this up 6-6. Akami have got the work cut out for them here on this round. Round 12.
5 seconds remaining.
And of course, it's going to come down largely to this cocktail presence, this top floor presence from Sinister. No Goyo shield. We do have one deployable shield from Molosca, likely placed either at Cocktail or at Pixel. Judging by the really extended hold here from Fisho, there might be some kind of presence in Cocktail. Sorry, in Cigar. No, apparently not. As the deployable shield is in fact in Cocktail. Vinny's making himself some holes in that minibar. Really tough angle to challenge for the attackers. So it is mostly a Cocktail-centered hold. Ippy Style uses an Ash Charge to get rid of the castle barricade at the white windows, so Sinister might have to be cautious of that. Joker, if he repels on these east windows, that's another thing they're going to have to be really careful of.
We don't want to rush in here. You don't want to rush in blind. Molosca, though, is playing safer. You know, typically, you'd see him push up to, say, Pixel.
A bomb has been located.
Sitting further back, closer towards Cocktail, closer towards Vinny. Maybe expecting Akami to try and rush in from that third floor from Piano. But now that they know that he's not in Pixel, it should be a lot easier. Ippy Styles just starts clearing out the balcony. Oh, he's going to find an easy one here onto Fisher. I'm not sure why standing in that position when you don't really have a lot of presence around Cigar. Or even Pixel for that matter. So there's not much really for Akami to do around this area of the map besides just clear out gadgets, make their way over towards Cocktail slowly but surely. And it seems like Vince has already dropped down. I may be wrong, but didn't see him in Cocktail.
And all this utility upstairs from Sinister, it might be giving Akami a bit of a headache, but as you mentioned, with Vince here dropping downstairs, might mean that this utility is really supporting no one. And in fact, yeah, it looks like all of the players, Molosca included, have back downstairs. Ippy Star's going to drone that out, Cutie as well. And that's full top floor control for Akami. But the next question is the C4 game. Can Nico find a C4 kill through the floor? Maybe thin out the numbers. As it's still in the pocket. Gotta be cautious here.
50 seconds remaining though. 4 versus 5. Match point in favor of Akami, who have got the 5 alive, and will now make it a 5 versus 3. Ippy Style has found a double kill in this round. He's come up clutch. And they need their entry fragger to find them. He does, as requested. And a lot of this coming from this third floor control, the Cocktail control. That's why teams usually put a lot of pressure here in these rounds. I think getting that Fisher guy pick, it forced Vince to come down a bit earlier. And that's backfired now heavily for Sinister. They're going to allow this plant to go down. They're going to have to play the retake. And watching the doorway, Joker takes down Molosca. Nico follows immediately after. Third piece in a 1 versus 4. He does get one, but immediately... That's one way to go, the Claymore from Jack Dad. Akami take Cafe 7-5. The series as a whole goes 1-1. Fair. Both teams taking a map each.
A really stellar second half for Akami. Almost, well, very convincing to say the least. Ippy Style showing up hugely for them, finding those entries when it was needed. 13 kills for the man. Great job on that game across the board. I also want to mention Joker there. I think he was an outstanding player for Akami. Really, I was impressed by him always taking in a contrasting position to the rest of the team. He would often repel on those east windows when the rest was pushing west, and really you can't undervalue those air jabs as well. Great stuff from across the board. Akami, a great team effort, and well, they won Sinister's map pick.
I mean, they both won each other's map picks, right? Like, they both stole the maps, and I'm pretty happy with the draw. I mean, in the end, I did think that we'd see Sinister take out Cafe. Obviously, wasn't to be, but at the end of the day, in terms of results, you know, you look at the snowball predictions. Pretty much everyone said a draw. The poll votes were pretty split. I don't think anyone's really surprised that it's a 1-1. More so just that Akami didn't win Villa and Sinister didn't win Cafe.
Yeah, I've got a stat for you. In that game, every single, in Cafe specifically, every single time the attackers got the plant down, they managed to convert it to a round win. And I think that also emphasizes how important it is for players like Mangoes, who were consistently playing very much supportive roles. So they were droning in players like Ippy Style early on, who were enabling those frags. In the mid-round, Ippy Style, Mangoes was doing things like opening up the walls that were needed when he was playing the Maverick. And then every time they got the plant down, and that was really what secured the round. The last 3 rounds that Akami won were all plants. So you can't really undervalue how important it is to get that diffuser down and have that person on your team who's a dedicated carrier and ensuring that they help the rest of the team take the round the full distance.
Yeah, and it continues to sort of highlight on Cafe that it's not as defender-sided as maybe it appears to be. The attackers are able to get in. And despite, it's interesting because you think that second floor, you kind of said maybe that actually might be the more preferred defensive bomb site, considering you've got to take Cocktail, you've got to take, White Stairs area, that third floor control that you've got to get takes a lot of time clearing all of that out. But then if your Fisher guy just kind of standing there and Cigar Balcony is like in your sight line, that was probably one of the very rare misplays that we saw in this series where everyone played really well. Both teams played at a high level, back and forth on Villa. We touched on it in that series where it was 3-3 in the first half of Villa, 3-3 in the first half of Cafe. But then that second half switch, that's where we saw whoever switched onto their attacking side, so Sinister on Villa and of course then Akami on Cafe, ran away with it a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? Another thing great about tonight, another really attacker-sided night of Rainbow Six, and all these people saying that the defense is super stacked with Wamai and Jaeger and whatever, just attackers have totally got this down. And yeah, I've been super impressed by what we're seeing by these teams. Cafe was a real treat, especially that first half, just trading rounds back and forth, back and forth. For me, the story of tonight was a lot of adaptations. We saw it especially from Wildcard in the first map. I know they weren't really challenged by Kanga, but that just gave them an even more of an opportunity to demonstrate their excellence at adapting from round to round. We saw the same thing from Sinister and Akami, figuring out what are the weaknesses that they can exploit. Sinister very much, once they realized that the aggression from Akami was punishing them, they started to counter that. And Akami also did that when they were on the attack as well.
I think for me tonight, it's just been I love your fascination with stats. It makes me happy that you're happy, Dev. So, but more importantly, just that Akami and Sinister lived up to the bill, lived up to the expectations. I think it's like if we could take the first half of Villa combined with the first half of Cafe, I think you've probably got one of the best then full rounds of Siege for Six Masters this season because it was just back and forth. The 3-0s in terms of winning 3 rounds in a row, both came in those second halves. And that's where if you were to then take those 2 second halves and combine them together, then that would also then technically combine for also a really good series. So while it's 7-5, 7-5, and the matches and the maps themselves weren't that close, Akami Sinister definitely lived up to the billing.
Yeah, great stuff. Been hugely impressed. I also like that we've had really contrasting strategies from both these teams. It's been a real treat.
We do have our first interview for this second series between Akami and Sinister, none other than Jack Dad.
Hey lads, how you doing?
How's it going, Jack Dad? Just give us your thoughts at the end of that series. Very hard fought, especially those first halves on both Villa and Cafe.
Yeah, they were tough games. Sinister, very worthy opponent. Glad we took a map off each other, I guess. But yeah, with this banding system, I guess it's hard to go 2-0 either way.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you guys really pulled together on Cafe, which was in fact your opposition's map pick. There were a lot of VODs from you guys. You played it quite a few times. You were pushed really hard by Kanga to that map as well. Maybe take us through what happened on Cafe, because it was Sinister's map pick. Maybe you would think that they would be stronger on that one, but you guys dived ahead there. What was the deal?
Yeah, look, I think we got the map picks opposite because I felt it, at least our team felt a lot more comfortable on Cafe than we did on Villa. Villa against them. So yeah, I guess the roles are a bit reversed. I don't know. I guess we just played a better Cafe.
Well, that sort of brings me to my question here. You've picked Villa twice now in recent weeks, and both times you've come away with a bit of a loss here. Do you still feel confident on that map? Is it just a matter of, okay, both of them were very close. Of course, against LFO it was 7-8, in this case 7-5, but is it something we're going to keep seeing from you guys going forward, or is it maybe time to abandon ship?
Oh, can't tell you that. The other teams are listening. But we're still changing stuff up on it. Hopefully, we're still working to improve it a lot. We've got coaching staff and analysts helping us now, which is really good. Shout out to James. He's been helping us out a lot and Centis. So yeah, we'll keep pushing for it, and you might see it or you might not. Depends on who we're playing.
Just one final question though. A lot of people thought coming into this series it was going to be super close. Both teams could have gone either way. Draw. Did you get the same feeling coming into it?
Yeah, definitely. Again with the map veto system, Even though it didn't work out this time that we like each got the map that we wanted as a win, it's very hard that each team gets to basically pick a map that they like. So yeah, draws would come out a lot in this series, and as you've seen, they have.
All right, thank you very much, Dad. Best of luck next week against
Thanks,
Wildcard.
guys.
I think you pretty much summarized that to a T, Dev, especially with the way that the map veto system works and teams being able to have a lot of draws, which we've seen this season of Six Masters.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Akami came out and demonstrated that they can come back from a deficit after losing their own map pick. Funny to hear Jack said that they felt more comfortable on Cafe, even though they'd lost that quite a few times so far in the season, and they felt more comfortable than on their own map pick. And well, they're going to need that strength to then go up against Wildcard next week. I think that's going to be a big challenge for them, but definitely they can step up to the plate.
100%. I mean, obviously for Akami, you don't want to give away strats or strategies, or you also maybe don't want to just give up on something because it's not worked twice. But it is, I think, a valid question for Villa now. Both times they've picked it, they've lost it, and it's not a map that's picked often. They're the only team that apparently wants to play Villa. I mean, LFO did pick Villa in that round, so it wasn't technically their pick. So I guess between LFO and Akami, they apparently like Villa and no one else does. But do you think personally yourself that we'll see it from them again going forward?
Probably not. The fact that there's also the two VODs out there from Six Masters now does mean that every time they play it, their strategies get a little bit exposed and other teams can then counter-strat them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they let that one slide. But again, it's difficult to tell. It's going to be really contextual depending on what team they're facing against and whether they've done a lot of research into that team. Maybe they're going to pick one of their opponents' maps that they know are good at, and they've done lots of VOD research on it. Very, very situational.
Well, Sinister, of course, they had their map win on Villa. We've got Meloska for the interview from them.
How you doing, guys?
How's it doing, buddy? Congratulations, firstly, on the play that you guys had on Villa, especially that second half. You guys looked amazing, but Cafe in that second half then sort of ran away from you guys. Give us your thoughts, I guess, maybe a little bit on both maps here for tonight. Very close series.
Well, on Villa, we're pretty happy with our performance. It was, we just performed really well, played pretty proactive, ended up, retaking ground, using our heads essentially, and crawling things back when things were looking grim and keeping things strong when things were keeping strong. So what ended up happening is we tried to ride the wave over the Cafe, and unfortunately it ended up us sort of over-aggressing here and there and making a lot of plays we shouldn't be doing that. Just minor mistakes here and there that cost us the map. TBD, that team, where all those minor mistakes, like they'll punish you at every turn, and that's something that we just have to work for.
So with that map win, you're currently tied for points with Knights and LFO, and Akami have then jumped up again above you guys. You're still really fighting for that fourth place. How do you feel like you're tracking, and are you on track to take out one of those top 4 spots on the rest of the season? And which opponent you may be cautious of the most?
Well, at the moment, we're pretty confident with taking fourth. We've taken on, what would be considered some of the best teams first in the seeding. We've got Wildcard, Beb just way ahead at the moment, way up the top. We took a map off Elevate, which is something that we really crucially needed. We've taken on old TBD now. Great team, very aggressive, but also very well coordinated for that sport, for what that is worth. But going forth in the series, I think, honestly, taking on LFO, Ferrex, and Kanga, I feel like, we're feeling pretty confident. We've taken on the teams that we were most threatened of, to be pretty honest. And we're just riding the wave now, and we're going to be bringing a good performance on the future.
Before I let you go, bud, you've now played, I don't know if you realize this, you've now played every single map except for Consulate tonight after Villa. And obviously Consulate is an insta-ban for you guys from what we've been seeing this season. Do you pride yourselves as a team on having a decent map pool and knowledge on all of the different maps besides, I guess, Consulate? Or what's also the second question in this first question, what's the reason with banning Consulate all the time?
We got a our feel into every map. I'd honestly say, as a team, we like to keep well prepared on almost everything to account for all the unexpected pullouts from other teams, that they might be really good at, and it just keeps us really flexible and keep our our veto system viable for whatever comes in our way. Honestly, the information with Consulate, we love Consulate. Like, we honestly play it a lot as well. We just haven't brought it out. Anyone out there scared? Yeah, we love all our maps. We pride on making sure that we do every map that we can.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, bud. Best of luck next week against Kanga.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, man.
Look, Consulate's a fun map. A lot of teams like it. Not sure if Sinister's one of those teams, though.
I don't know. Didn't you hear him, Xenox? I love that you're always asking the hard questions. Like, every one of these interviews, you're asking these guys to reveal their stat book and just hold it up to the camera.
We want the facts. We want to get straight to the source information here, okay?
I love it. I love it. Oh, you'll make some friends in this scene with that attitude. I like it. So, I mean, that was good insight, I reckon, from these teams. And I mean, Jack Dad did point out that, yes, the map ban system where you only get one ban before the picks come out does kind of make draws more likely, because teams are more likely to pick a map that they're strong at, and then you'll have teams win their own maps. But this is the second week in a row where we've had series where that doesn't happen. In fact, the opposite happens. You have a draw when teams win each other's maps.
Yeah, I know. Definitely watching from last week that occurred. And while we didn't quite see it as much last night, now we see it here. And in saying that, probably shouldn't be too surprising, I guess, all that much, just simply because of the fact that, we've seen, Akami do well on Cafe. They won it twice. They beat LFO, they beat Kanga. And for Sinister, obviously the Villa one was the more surprising of the two, right? But they just said they feel in the zone. Sometimes you're just in that zone, something switches, you switch half, and you just wake up on the right side of the bed and you just play a really good game of Siege, and ended up taking that 7-5 against Akami. So overall, to recap that, I think that both teams walk away, I guess, happy with something in some way, and maybe upset with something in some way.
Yeah, let's have a look at what happened tonight. Kanga really struggled, got 2 rounds against Wildcard, but Wildcard running away strong, coming up really well at the moment in 6 Masters. I think it's really great for all the Wildcard fans. We can have a look at how that's affected the standings. Sinister and Akami did draw, and Wildcard sitting at 21 points all the way at the top there.
Yeah, and they're running away with it now, and their chances of making top 4 almost solidified if they can have another really solid week next week, which I'd say is a high chance that they are going to actually be playing Akami. So, and it was actually one thing I brought up tonight was that off-air prior is that all of the teams that played tonight, they're actually going to play someone from tonight next week. They all just kind of swap teams.
Yeah, swap opponents, and I mean, it's going to make for some good matches next week. Oh, looking at what am I most excited for? Well, Sinister Kanga. I would love to see Kanga get back in the game, but I've got to say Sinister's probably going to take that one. A couple of grudge matches. I think Wildcard versus Akami is going to be a real treat to watch. So that's probably my pick for next week. It is the current top 2 teams in the standings as well. So really exciting. And then the following week, we've got Elevate Wildcard, which will also be a crazy good game. So I'm really looking forward to the coming weeks. We've got all of these really top level stuff coming up for you in the next few weeks of 6 Masters.
Certainly. And I mean, this week was awesome as well, yesterday and of course today. Dev, any sort of final thoughts, I guess, to round out this week of 6 Masters?
I mean, even if it's really tough and Kanga doesn't win a map, only wins a few rounds, we still get a Spruce interview at the end of the day. And that's really what matters. Thanks to Wayne Man for his time with Rainbow Six. He's retiring now, and he will be missed, but I'm sure he's on to great things. Other than that, great to see Wildcard in top form. Sinister and Akami also going strong. I'm just pumped for next week.
Certainly so. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, voting along at home. Thank you as well to Dev for carrying me these last 2 days into my entry into Siege. It's been an absolute blast. It's been amazing. Of course, 6 Masters will be back next Tuesday. Make sure you don't miss that.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't
ready to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love